little bit less in there. They were only able to put in 25% at the Code 60 if they did so. So it's game on at the front of the field. Loic Hartog leading from Dan Harper as they cut their way through traffic. Hartog got a little bit quicker on that last lap. He was half a second quicker than Harper, and Ralph Bowen there in third, and not a million miles off in terms of pace of these two young superstars at the front of the field. Now, Johnny, you were getting it tight as you normally do. You were getting it tight for being responsible for all these Code 60s. I don't sign up to that logic. I think you were just unlucky, but during that little stint for John and I, we had our fair share of Code 60s as well.
Did you? Because there was one moment I heard the revs dip, and then there wasn't really anything else, and I'm just wondering whether there was, the balance is necessarily in my favour yet. We'll wait and see. I suppose time will tell over the next 2 hours as Johnny Palmer and Phil Anson sidle our way back into our position. There'll be a switch around in pit lane as well. Now, quite clearly, at fully darkness. I say that for our radio listeners because they don't necessarily know that the floodlighting is full in action once again. It's certainly brighter in certain areas than I remember, say, 4 or 5 years ago, with the addition of the odd stanchion here and there to illuminate odd bits of the track, but still a feeling of little areas, pockets of darkness as well, to remind everybody that this is a long night here at Dubai, as it is in a couple of weeks' time for the Daytona 24 hours. So often these races have competed for minutes of darkness throughout the course of 24 hours. And maybe not a surprise to see some of the names at the sharp end as we're doing. Dan Harper, certainly a big talent and has been for a number of years. Ralph Bowen is a regular within the Herbert Motorsport crew as their stellar bronze racer in the 91 car. But Loic Hartog, still relatively new to this long distance stuff at 22 years old. The Dutchman, though, and Dynamic GT may not have been on everybody's list to be looking as strong as it has been for the first few hours, but it's all very well getting to this stage and looking good, but you've got to now sustain that, particularly to, well, first of all, a big marker is midnight. Get beyond that, can you get to the half distance marker and then to daylight, and then even from that point on you've got many hours to get to the 1 o'clock start and finish time that we have this year at the Dubai 24 hours, the 20th edition of this fabulous event at the Dubai Autodrome. And I haven't quite totaled up the number of years that the Radio Show Limited network of channels have been covering this now. Is this the 13th?
2012.
Yeah, so 2012 included.
Yep.
12, so 13. Is that 14? Well, this will be the 14th time, therefore.
Yeah, since
it's not a question of adding 13 to that, is it? You've got to include 2012 as well. So yeah, 14 races, I reckon.
14 races when they came in and overtook my commentary box before we were live streaming.
You've never been given it back for this weekend.
Well, this is it. But I did enjoy my time with Rene Dubois and Alex Kappa-Murdoch doing out the commentary here for the 24-hour series. Been doing it since 2007. So got to see.
You missed one. You missed 2006, did you?
2006 I wasn't commentating. I was here, but I wasn't commentating. So I started in 2007 because I was racing here in the initial tin top category, the Volkswagen GDI Cup back then.
Did you get to the finish, you and your team?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course.
And can you remember your result?
It wasn't good.
Okay. But the key thing is you got to the end.
Well, back in those days we had diesels running. We had 120 diesels. It was a lot smaller capacity grid as far as engine size went.
Yes.
Back in those days.
Yes.
And now under the lights of Dubai Autodrome, very much like Kuwait level lighting. Here, as John described earlier, but not really the Yas or Daytona type lighting. However, new regulations this year under what the cars, if they start losing lights, of what they have to do. Now, if they lose one of the front or rear lights, they have to fix it at their next pit stop. If they lose both the front or the rear lights, they have to pit immediately. They'll probably get the meatball flag for that. So that's new for this year. So they're governing that very, very carefully to to ensure that other drivers can see them, even though we do have light around here. But there's pools of light on the back straight and a little bit of darkness. So from speaking to the drivers from last year, they really enjoyed it, because we've seen this year there's a lot less floodlights on the front of the cars. Okay, they don't have the corner spotter lights, and you don't have the massive lights. You're allowed 2 extra lights or a 1 light bar, and that's it now. And especially it goes by category of how much you can have. It made it a lot easier for drivers who have to look in their rear vision mirror or have a rear vision camera. It makes it a little bit more tricky. Now, our 2 friends who were bemoaning us for all of the Code 60s had 2 of their own.
Yeah, exactly.
A short one for a car stopped at turn 15, which was recovered, and then just before we came on air, the 414 stopped at the pit entry road running out of fuel. So they only had a couple of 5-minute ones, but they've taken the angst that they gave us at the beginning of their broadcast a little bit back.
Yeah, I can still feel that the argument will be that we started them off, and they merely could not stop the ball rolling from that point on, but I failed to take that, frankly. Thankfully, the latter of those 2 that you just mentioned shouldn't be a long-term issue for the car, as long as it can get, or has been brought to the pit lane.
Yeah, it did get into the put round. Ajith Kumar got out of the
Let's
car.
hope it's just a fill and then it can go again. Normally that is the quick solution, and it's not any long-term issue. Hairpin at turn 14 is still a real pinch point when you are, say, a lead lap car trying to dive bomb a lot of traffic, because if it's groups, and generally it is this far into the race, groups of lapped traffic, then they may not all see you at the same time, and you have to be brave going down into the inside of turn 14, which is a hard stop, and hope that not necessarily the sort of cars will make way for you, but just that they've seen
exactly
blinding light down the inside. Hartog did so. 2.5 seconds the gap back to Daniel Harper in second place, so he cannot miss a beat.
And that's just starting to creep out now.
So he's growing in the favour of the Dutchman, you reckon?
Yeah, the Dutchman did a 2-minute flat on the last one, a 2:01.8 for Daniel Harper in the Almanar Racing Team BMW. So just maybe a little bit of traffic in there. Once again, these gaps seesaw as they make their way through the slower cars. Everybody up until 12th place has been put a lap down so far, and some of them many laps down as the race evolves. 18:38 to go. But it's been a terrific battle up the top end, and Herberth have risen to up there as well in the Ralph Bonn in the Herberth Motorsport Porsche, 31 seconds back behind the battle for the lead. So Porsche, BMW, Porsche, and that's been the way it has been since we finished that first hour. The 2 BMWs on top. Back then, the second BMW of Paradigm competition, the Simon Travis at the wheel, now down in 11th place. So a good battle. Good to see Optimum Motorsport in the McLaren climbing their way back up into 10th position as the lights start to take effect. Don't forget, we've got the massive fireworks show, 3 minutes long this year. We've increased it by a minute, and thank you very much to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for that, as it's a bit of a celebration of the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. As the race continues on, drivers now starting to get used to the darkened conditions.
Yes.
We had sunset around about half an hour ago, and it is pretty dark out there right now. We don't have a twilight here in the Middle East. Basically, somebody on the door turns the switch off.
And it's quite a responsibility to be in the car during those transition stints.
Yes.
So daylight to darkness, possibly less difficult to deal with than when the sun is
especially
rising.
Around there, that where turn 5, turn 6, because of the big runoff area you got there, the track lighting is a long way away from the circuit, so you see these darker patches. If you're watching on the Creventic live stream, that you can see that the drivers really have to think about where they're going to place that car, because because remember, you're going uphill, you can't see the edges of the track as you come around that corner. So it's a little bit, you have to get used to it. As one of the more professional racing drivers in my history said, the track doesn't change when it goes from dark to light. And that was, you just have to remember where you place your car. Muscle memory playing a huge part of that.
But those that were in at the early part of the race may not be back in until it is full darkness. So, yeah, the track's not changed, but your memory of it may have done. And you just got to reacclimatise. It should only take most of these people a couple of laps, and they'll be very happy then. But also, those that are new to the Dubai Autodrome having to work out where the reference points are, also where headlights from other cars are most distracting, because the track folds itself back on itself in a number of places, and you might think, is that a car travelling in the wrong direction on the circuit? Oh no, they're over at turn 10 and I'm further around.
Or they're on the 311.
Or, yeah, you might get mixed up with road traffic.
We've had flashing lights over there before. We'd thought something was going on at turn 5 and it was actually out on the road behind turn 5 from our viewing point up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, and everything's happening at breakneck speed, so until you've become used to stuff, it's always best to be not cautious, but just aware and ready to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, not quite 11 tenths, just 9.5 tenths for the first couple of laps, just to check how the tyres are. And if you've got fresh tyres or you're running, if they're going to start double stinting. Now, talking to a couple of teams during the weekend, as they get, well, during the week lead up to this, there was a lot of talk, because we're due to get down to around 12 degrees tonight, which is quite cool for Dubai. But a lot of talk of double stinting tyres. I know that the GT4 cars will comfortably be able to double stint tyres, and a lot of that is budget related as well. But talking to one of the teams down on the grid, Continental Racing by TTR, Johnny Westbrook told me that these tyres really hang on in the GT4 category. They really happy. They said the Hankooks were good. They hung on. These hang on more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, that's important because you can do a driver change in a shorter time than it would take to, say, change 4 tyres.
Because they've got 5 lug nuts to do.
Yes.
On those cars.
Yes. So it can save you an awful lot of time if you can double or indeed maybe even triple stints.
Yeah. When I poached that question triple, he went, "Yeah, we're not going to risk it. we're not going to risk it."
Right. Whilst we witcher on about different tyre selections, let's get to Joe Bradley to find out what he knows.
Yeah, just stepping out of the 901 numbered Ajith Kumar racing entry is Fabien Dufleur. Fabien, firstly, tell me, how was the stint? The sun has come down. Is the track changing at all?
Yeah, the track is quite changing a lot. We are getting a lot of good grip at the start of the stint, for I would say the last 40 minutes. And after that, the tires are dropping a lot, so it's kind of driving on eggs. So it's quite hard to manage, but still a lot of fun on track.
Is that because the tyres were prepared and pressured for the sunlight hours, and then they'll be different now for the driver that's out there now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of stuff is changing. The night is going, so the pace might be faster. It's quite hard to deal with a lot of people who don't have that much of experience overnight, but still fun and still enjoying.
And how is the pace? On a rate of 1 to 10, how hard are you guys pushing?
I mean, we took the decision that we will not push from the start. I mean, you know, it's endurance, so we are maybe on level 7 or 8, just cruising. I mean, following people and pushing as much as we can later on.
And what is it like having this amazing fan base that every time you guys come past, there is a massive cheer? The likes of which you've got to go to a football ground to hear that, Lord. It's like incredible. Give us a wave, everybody. Fantastic following for Ajith Kumar's racing. What's it like to be racing for a team with that amount of following?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite different for us because we never had that kind of support, I would say. But it's really nice because they are all nice people with a gentle heart. They are super nice with us, even on social media or here in the paddock. So, I mean, it's really cool to have them with us.
It's really beautiful, and it's fantastic for the series to extend, the knowledge now of the 24H series in India is massive. The YouTube channel is just alight. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean it's really cool for us, but also for the sport to have this kind of engagement. It's really amazing. So thank you to all of them to be there. I mean, not a lot of people are staying like this overnight, so no, it's amazing.
I'm already pushing for a race in India. Are you?
Definitely,
we're going to come to India.
We have to.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Fabian. Good luck for the rest of the race, guys.
Terrific support, and also great to have a team that reacts and recognises that as well. So we wish them well for the remainder of this event, as we do to all of the teams, some of which have had a nightmare situation, sadly, quite early on. In some cases, teams will be able to come back from that. Others, sadly, I mean, 2 very early retirements in, what was that, the second or third hour?
Yeah, lap 44 was the first one. That was the 990, the TVM Racing Japanese entry on the main straight.
Right in front of our commentary position.
Mamu Katayama got out of that car 27 minutes under code 60 to clear that up, and then pretty much almost immediately 1 minute after we went green, back in lap 49, and it was the AMG team motor park there. Garage door did rise up a little bit more, and I saw part of the front of the car in there. It was totally closed when Joe was down there, and we had 24 minutes under that code 60, and that was on lap 49. Just clicked over 132 laps now. So a couple of short code 60s for tow-ins. So, and both of them look like fuel issues, like running out of fuel.
Yep.
So yeah, the other cars that had trouble and still in there. Obviously, the Rossa LMGT, when that came in, and Nikita said to Joe that it felt like that the gearbox went on that car, but we don't have confirmation on that one for the team Graph Racing. Then the Resume More Than Racing, the 914 in 59th position, is quite a few laps down as well. So a few cars striking trouble. We had the Dragon Racing in for 12 minutes, the 88 car with damper failure, which is on the Ferrari. They got that pick, but they were running right up in the top 10 in that second and third hour. So it's starting to, endurance racing is this beast. Yeah, and you can have a driver mistake cause something, or you can have a mechanical failure.
I'd be interested to know whether the fuel starvation or the literally running out of fuel problems are related to this slight change in the regulations as well, in that
possibly
you can only fill a quarter of your tank during a code 60. You'll need to therefore know what the fuel burn level is like at 60 kph, but then going back into green and possibly then back into a code 60. I know that there'll be generally a fuel light, but how much fuel burn have you got after that? You know, the reserve beyond the fuel light, and it's, I would imagine, very easy to misjudge that by a lap.
A few teams have found out that it's not
they can't go that far again.
Got a yellow flag down at turn number 10 at the end of the back straight. It's very deceiving down there. There's a marshal post with a light on it, and you always think it's a car that's parked down there. Just keeping an eye on that. Looks like we're back to green again. So just maybe an off for one of the cars. Easy to do down in that part of the track, as it's once again the lighting is there, but it's also really bumpy down there, and judging those bumps in this type of environment with the reduced lighting can lead you astray.
And also the bump severity may not be the same fully across the track, left to right. So you might be on a bit of asphalt that you've not really used much before because it's not the racing line, but you have to go there because either you're lapping another car or you're trying to overtake another car, and all of a sudden, poof, that will really catch you out potentially, maybe if it's in the braking area. And a lot of the rippling has actually taken place in the braking areas as well, because that's where there's more friction. And into the back straight, meanwhile.
That was the 427, I think it was, that got pushed out there with two GT cars coming up the inside. He is on the overrun there on the exit of turn number, down at turn number 10. And it is the 427.
Good
Gero
spot.
Blocknut at the wheel of that, currently running second in the GT4 category, and he's done the Control-Alt-Delete. He's got a full load of lock on there at the moment, and he just pushed forward, but he's got the the Cayman back running again. To see if that did affect where he was.
Oh, there's something not right with that car, though, because as it's driving away...
I think he might have something broken on the steering. Was there a little touch when he got pushed by? Well, there was 2 GT3 cars that went up the inside of him. Yes, that front right wheel, he's damaged the suspension on the front right of that car. He's got to get that. He's at turn 11 now. He's got to get it back down to turn 16. He's off to the left-hand side of the track. But race control has put the message out for a slow car in sector 2. Sector 3 starts down around turn 13. So they did have contact there as he got pushed wide. I thought he was being gentlemanly and getting out of the way, but they did have a slight wheel-to-wheel contact. I'm not sure who the other car was.
Yeah, difficult to tell from the angle that we were being given, but there's also something now jutting out from the front right splitter, the front right corner of the splitter. So Gero Blocknut, not his first Dubai 24 hours, competed in this event last year as well, but in the TCX category. And as you said, that car was doing very well in GT4.
Running second in class.
Behind Nico Prost in his Ginetta. Yes, that Nico Prost in the 495 car for Team CMR. But it's either bent or buckled the steering. And it did appear from the rear as the car was pulling away from its resting spot at turn 10 that there was a slight vibration. I haven't quite considered it was as bad as it is.
Indeed. They've got, he's got around about 2 or 3 laps over the next car, which is WS Racing. Jerome Bleekemolen at the wheel of the 470 BMW M4 GT4. This is going to take a little while. I think they're going to have to replace the front right corner of that car suspension-wise. He now pulls to the inside of the circuit on the apex to get onto the pit road. Really well done. Really carefully done. He measured it. He knew where the cars were behind him, and he got across, not getting in anybody's way because he is carrying a fair bit of damage. And with only one wheel turning,
yes,
it's not easy to know whether, if you point the car somewhere, it's not going to go sharp left or whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, the manoeuvrability of that car is somewhat compromised when the 2 things that steer it, one of them is still pointing in one direction, or the forward direction when you're looking to go left or right. There's quite a queue developing though in pit road now behind the 427 car.
He's got to serve his penalty anyway.
Why not?
Well, you have to, yeah.
Get that out of the way first. They'll also, well, had we been at another venue where fueling happens before the main pit stop, there might have even been the option to do that, but the difficulty when you've got a steering issue is how much can you actually affect where you're going next. And thankfully here at Dubai they serviced the car. That wasn't quite the pit bay that they wanted, and then a second attempt at it. Yeah, that's to get almost the car on full lock to steer it into the garage. You can't drive right into a garage though, can you, Joe Bradley?
No, that's what I thought for a drastic moment there he was going to drive in. I think the team made sure he didn't. Switch engine got to be off. It's got to be pushed into the garage. It's gone nose in first. The shame of it all is that British driver Harley Horton was ready to take over the car. Now we've got a repair job going on. It looked like it's got a bit of damage on the very front corner, but only slight damage. Just a bit of trim hanging off. And then, as you saw, the right front wheel was wobbling around as if the toe link had broken from the steering. So it might be, if it is the steering that has snapped, and I can't see yet, then he's done a cracking job getting in. No, I think I've just seen the hub wobble as the wheel came off. The problem is they put it in nose first, the little devils, which stops Bradley poking his nose in. Squeezing down the side, getting in the way of everyone. I still can't quite see what the problem is. Look, let's just file this under suspension issues. and then we'll hopefully get that sorted. The mechanics are already putting it on the hijacks, the elephant feet going in there. I'll let Phil explain to everybody what elephant feet are, and the car going up onto the high stand, so you can at least get underneath it. But suspension issue for this number 427.
And it looks like the 24 is coming into pit lane. And that's going to give the lead, because half a second separated the Dynamic GT from the Almanar Racing. And yes, Daniel Harper has brought the 777 Almanar Racing team into pit lane, and he's going to have to queue up to serve a penalty as that's the Dynamic GT car, Loic Hartog, in there. 8-second penalty for them, as Daniel Harper puts the Almanar Racing team into the lead, and Dynamic GT out as it leaves the penalty box. 16 laps on those Michelin tyres. Makes their way down the pit lane.
Yeah, now you're able to tell us about tyres because there is a new column, I think, brand new for this event, which tells us how old the youngest tyre on the car is. Now, generally speaking, it'll be a full set of Michelins that is switched during a tyre change.
Yep.
Because if you're going to change 2, you might as well change 4. There is the scope overnight, as we've discussed, that some tyre sets may be double stinted, but that's a useful reference point. Yes, we've got the drive time for each individual driver, but it might well be that each driver gets a new set of tyres at every pit stop. So useful to know how much tyre life there is potentially in that set. But as I say, it goes by the youngest tyre on the car. So if they've had a puncture halfway through the stint and needed to come in, then that is reset, even though the 3 tyres elsewhere on the car will remain at the same age. But a useful addition again. It feels like timeservice.nl never stands still. They're always looking to give us a bit more information.
Oh, it's always brilliant. We always get new columns and we have to decipher how we're going to use them. That's the
So the incident that we were talking about for car 427 has obviously got quite a lot of attention lately. We wonder whether there was contact at the end of the back straight at turn 10. One man who will certainly know is Gero Bauknecht, now with Joe.
Gero, you the driver that brought the 427 in. Suspension issues, I can see. How did that happen?
I was approaching turn 12, turning in on the apex, and the car hit me right on the right side. And it just pushed me out, and so...
Did it break the steering?
The steering wheel was not fully functioning anymore. The right wheel was wobbling, and it turned to the left, but it didn't turn much to the right. And then sometimes it did, and sometimes it didn't. So,
wow, you did a cracking job. Great job getting it back here. That could have been awful. The team are working on the car now. I suppose that the saying in English is that's motor racing. That's motor racing. These things happen.
Yes.
Is it the same in Switzerland?
There is Switzerland. Racing in Switzerland is not allowed.
Yeah, but you Swiss guys race everywhere else, and that's racing.
That's right. We use France, Austria, and Italy.
Pretty much everywhere in the world. Yeah. Yeah. Other than that was going well. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
That's an even bigger ship.
At the end of the stint, so the tires were really off, etc. So it was wearing on the car. It was, I think, 5 minutes from coming in.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that insight. We really appreciate you telling us that. Hopefully the team will get the car out very soon. Thank you, Gero. Great to meet you.
Yeah, so
thank you.
It will have come as a shock. I noticed he didn't identify the car because he probably still doesn't know, and it doesn't really help their cause either.
There was 2 GT3s side by side going into turn 10, and he was on the outside. Unfortunately, I don't think he expected 2 cars there. They may have drifted wide, and that unfortunate contact at turn 10. Brilliant drive once again to get that car back from turn 10 to the pits under its own steam.
Mightily impressive, purely because the issue almost seemed to be changing from one corner to the next.
Yes.
So you have to be incredibly adaptable. Ivo Bruyker's almost getting the tail out there as he accelerated out of turn 15, is in the lead for the 992 division. Red Camel Jordans.nl, that team no stranger to winning some big trophies in recent races.
They're reigning Middle East Trophy 992 champions from last year.
And I believe with their outgoing car, not this car they're using this weekend, but their outgoing car had 4 victories to its name back to back, including in Barcelona, the final domestic race, if you like, of the 24H Series season in 2024. That happened last September. There will be another Barcelona 24 hours as part of the 24H Series calendar this year as well. Little bit of change for the European season, but Mugello in its traditional date in March, going back again to Misano, which was a first for last year, and a 12 hours at Paul Ricard coming in. So no visit to Portugal this year, and Portimao, the 24 hours is dropped for 2025, but I'm sure that will have some sort of return in forthcoming years. So Dan Harper, who has been making waves in the UK initially and then was living not far from the Nordschleife for a good few years as part of the BMW Junior Team initiative. Al Manar Racing by Belgian outfit Team WRT, and the hot shoe Dan Harper now lead this latest edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th edition no less, from 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches.
Yes.
Now, Herbert made a name for the Code 60 Shuffle, if you like, which was coming in at every possible opportunity to fuel fill. They've had to adapt to the new rules, and it looks like they've done that very quickly.
They're adapting very well by the looks of
Yeah, I know.
Lee Herbert Motorsport currently running 2nd and 3rd. Ralph Bon and Antez at the wheel of their Porsches, leading the Pro-Am class, leading the Am class in the 80 car. The 91 car is running in the Pro class. Ralph is about 50 seconds behind Daniel Harper as we had the Dynamic GT come into the pits and has dropped down that leaderboard. And so still a good battle going on for GT3 outright. And Herbert back to the absolute best, but they always take their time. It's a 24-hour race. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And
they also seem to be able to get to these positions, which I'll remind you, 2nd and 3rd overall with a Pro-Am car and an Am car. But they get into these spots by not using a great deal of their quickest driver talent. Now, Kayvon Burlow was in quite early on in the 92 car, so that's not one of those two, in fact. The Herbert cars I'm talking about. So Ralph Bone and Antares O in the 91 and the 80 cars, but generally the quicker drivers are reserved until later on in the piece. So they might do an opening stint, for instance. Maybe
it was that Into Darkness stint that did it, because Antozo finished 7th in the Indianapolis Intercontinental GT Challenge. Good couple of podiums on GT World Challenge Asia at Shanghai last year, and won the Ravenel 24-hour Nürburgring SP9 Pro-Am class at the Nordschleife. So he's no slacker at all, especially if you can put that car around 24 hours of the green hell. And that is he in their Am car. They're 49 seconds behind Ralph Bon on the track. Our leader has just done 141 laps. And just heading around turn number 3 now, just waiting for Ralph Bon to come through to see how big that gap is and what they can bring down. Ralph Bon's lapping quicker than the leader at the moment. 2:03.8082 for Daniel Harper, 2:02.643 for Ralph Bon. Watch this space. This could get really interesting. And what's probably happened, Johnny, is a lot of the strategies that are coming into this race have changed with all the Code 60s that we have had so far. total time under Code 60 now, almost an hour and 20 minutes. And I would hate to be a team manager trying to work out what you're going to do next, because it'd be like playing three-dimensional chess in space with a blindfold on. Of where you're going to, what's your next move?
Yeah.
What's your next move? What are you going to do? And I think I give a lot of credit to the guys on the pit wall and the guys in the garages trying to work out how they can make this play out and try and foresee the future. Now, we know Mr. Trustwell is very good at that because he has the brain the size of a planet.
Indeed.
As we well know. But there are very many other people with Pluto-sized brains down in that pit lane, and I give them due credit, because what you do now can affect what happens at the end of the race.
Yeah. And it's very easy to become too distracted by what you think the other teams are going to do, either in reaction to your process or trying to jump ahead and try and beat you to the next part of the race. But yeah. I think you've got to concentrate on your race, and principally your race alone, unless we're heading into the final 2 hours. And then it becomes a different ball game anyway. As we've heard from a couple of drivers, they might be at 7 or 8 tenths at this stage. The wicket's really turned up as we head to late morning tomorrow. Ginetta just running short of a bit of grip, but also in reaction there, the Audi on its inside didn't have a great deal of grip beneath its tyres either. Dusty still offline, despite this fair bit of running we've had now. In another 10 minutes, we will have had a quarter of the race, which has flown by.
Absolutely flown by.
Yeah, it has.
Don't forget to join us at 8 o'clock this evening. It's an hour and 10 minutes. We're going to have the magnificent fireworks display, proudly brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. And it's an extra minute longer this year, celebrating the 20th anniversary of Dubai Autodrome and this race.
Dan Harper on lap 143, as behind him Ralph Bone comes into the pits to get the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91 serviced.
21 laps on those Michelin tyres, on the oldest tyre.
And is that the end of a double stint for Ralph, or will he get back into that car? He's actually done quite a lot of running. I've just been tracking back through the various stints. As I say, Kay Fonberlo was at the wheel of that car in the early stages. They put Ralph in for a short one because of a Code 60 at the time, and then he did a more lengthy stint at 16 laps. We've had a stint from Jake Pedersen in the meantime, and then Ralph Bone, I reckon, has just done a double.
Yep.
So we'll wait to see what happens next with the 91 car. Meanwhile, let's get to Joe for another story developing.
You will notice, Johnny, on your timing screen that you have got a car that's just left the pits. It's the Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman. The number 427 that we heard so eloquently described, I'm getting some suspension problems. The team have done an absolute outstanding job. They've fixed whatever component under that front right-hand wheel arch needed replacing, and the car was already out and back in this race. I'm not sure what time they lost. You guys will be able to tell me. But Harley Holt, the young British driver, now at the wheel of that
terrific turnaround, particularly because they didn't know how many bits they'd need to change until the car arrived in the garage. So that's some good practice as well in terms of predicting what errors, or what issues they may have before they happen, and being able to rehearse those, know where all the components are as well. And the Sorg Rennsport 427 car is back into the race.
Unbelievable.
Possibly after only
15 minutes.
15 minutes, yeah.
15 minutes to change probably the right-hand uprights and toe link, as Joe suggested. Now
then, we have fireworks on the horizon.
That's at Sports City. That's over. That's across the road. That's actually my house.
Being launched from your back garden.
Got the cricket championships happening over there very, very shortly. So a little bit of pre-fireworks going off before the big fireworks go off here.
Well, I'm liking the design of those. Let's hope that whoever's responsible for that display has also designed the ones here at the Dubai Autodrome as well. one or two members of our crew in the truck, as we call it, were slightly concerned as well that our cameras were pointing in the wrong direction at the wrong time. But no, our fireworks are still to come in about an hour and 7 minutes. But that's a very impressive display. Looks a little like a volcano now, as they're fired off at all angles.
Got a car stationary down at turn 10. Yellow flags are out.
Well, our fireworks have a lot to live up to, and I'm sure they will do. Stick around for those at 8 o'clock this evening. I realise that if you've taken our coverage with you out and about, then fireworks on the radio is not a great feature. But we've tried to describe them as best we can in the past, and now, yes, we go under a code 60. Let's hope that drivers weren't rather distracted by the impromptu extra fireworks.
It's at the other end of the field. There we go, down at turn 10. It looks like we've got a car into the barriers on the exit of turn number 10. Emergency vehicles are in there. That's one of the fastest braking zones on the circuit as the team gets down there to find out what's going on.
If you want.
Joe's just said to me that you can help me with the fireworks, Joe. In what respect, as we try and work out what's gone on?
Yeah, to describe people. What I can describe for the fireworks for people listening on radio.
Yep.
Are you ready? Ooh! Ah! Ah! Ooh!
That's not really describing anything.
That was about
It's just you making funny noises.
They were great.
Yeah, Nick and I kind of have a different idea of what you were doing there, but I'm sure it was the fireworks. There's a car in the barrier, at least one. I'm trying to work out whether it's more than that, though.
It just looked like the one because we've only got one piece of barrier that's... It's tyres down there. It's tyres. Driver's out of the car. He is out of the car, and we've just got to find out what car it is.
So is that overshooting at the end of the back straight into turn 10?
If you run straight on there, that is the overshoot of that area. And the braking, it looks really deep when you walk it, but when you're at 300 kilometres an hour, it's not very deep. It comes up at you very, very quickly indeed. But the intervention vehicles from Dubai Autodrome were on site ASAP. They've got many access areas around the circuit.
And the tyre wall is there because if you went any further, you would end up on the 311 in the background.
You're going to Sharjah.
Yeah.
Okay. And
there's no slip road there, so...
and given the way people drive in Dubai, you wouldn't be the fastest car out there.
And they wouldn't necessarily make space for you either if you were looking to join, because, as I say, that's not a junction. But one or two have tried it over the years.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the tyres doing their job. But when a car is stopped at such velocity, the first concern is the driver, and that's good news that they've been able to get out of the car with Marshall's assistance and then walk under their own steam. In fact, they're in deep conversation now as well. With
the medical staff, always on site here. A full medical facility here at Dubai Autodrome. This was being built as a Formula One testing circuit, as John described earlier, and then they banned testing. So what do you do? Dominic Olbert, 414, Razoon More Than Racing. Oh dear, running 5th in class in the 414 car. It's good to see that Dominic's okay. Well, if it's gone into tyres, there may not be as much damage as Armco.
True.
And they may be able to recover that back to the pits on a flatbed.
The other thing that I'm rather hesitant to raise, but I feel like I have to, is that the 414 car, we've got a lot of extra fans tuned into the 24 hours of Dubai this year, and the 414 car is Ajith Kumar's car.
It is.
I'm afraid to say.
Is it one of his cars?
It's one of his cars, but I believe that's the one he's focusing on for this year's
Well, that's the one that ran out of fuel, that brought out the last code 60. That ran out of fuel on the way down into the pit lane. So
clearly Ajith's fans, and there are so many of them, either here this weekend or paying attention from further afield, and they will be desperately hoping that car can rejoin the race. the flatbed is being reversed into position, and a chance now for us to describe precisely what happened to the 414 car, not being driven by Kumar at the time. So on his own, hazard lights already flashing, and the car initially turned in but then said, no, I can't get any further around the corner, and out of vision the car then made big contact with the tyres. But that is a peculiar moment.
Steering failure? I don't know. He initiated the turn in. You saw the hazard lights on, okay, which in a GT4 car either means that you're under extreme braking, as it does on road cars, but I'm not sure that happens on that. Or did he have another issue and he was trying to get back to the pits? And he couldn't turn the car around that corner.
So is that a safety feature, do you think? The car's detected that something's not right and put the hazards on automatically, or do you think Dominic's done that? It's a strange thing to do at the end of the long back straight. And
I don't know.
That car then wanting to slow, clearly, into a very or slow corner compared to the previous bit of the track.
Yeah.
And spearing off at a peculiar angle, as I say.
Possibly a loss of control under the braking, on the braking bumps. Let's have a look at this again. With the fireworks, did he get distracted by those fireworks? It looked like he tried to turn in and the car didn't turn because he just didn't keep going around that corner.
Yeah.
So did he straighten the wheel up and then didn't have time to do things, because you're approaching that corner at extreme speed. You know, it is one of the, the GT3 cars are doing close to 300 kilometres an hour down there.
Did something get stuck open? The throttle, or was he unable to brake? I mean, they are horrendous moments to hear about when there are stories at the end of very long straights around the world. Barcelona, I've heard of a throttle going into that first corner. Thankfully, what are the tyres in terms of deepness there? 4, 5 deep maybe to cushion the blow?
Yeah, well, about 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah.
So just front end damage to that car, along with possibly another issue that we are unaware of at this time, as the car already being put onto the flatbed. We've got to rearrange the tyres as we do.
So the 414 car has had a big old incident, and I think actually the nose of the car ended up partially under the tyres as well. So car 414 with Dominic Olbert at the wheel of the Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche Cayman. It was running, or is now running, 6th in the GT4 category. And fans of Ajith Kumar, our huge Indian film star from the Collywood scene, was due to be in this car later on in the motor race, and that's going to be a very, very difficult repair in order for him to do that. But we hope that they can, and we clearly hope that Dominic Olbert is fine as well. But the early conversation that he was having with track staff and with marshals rather helps us to know that he was able to walk away and is still conscious, clearly. So that's the best possible news after a big, big crash.
And for those who are first timers watching motor racing, these drivers are strapped in with 6-point harnesses that come between your legs, around your waist and over your shoulders. And when you're racing, you do them up as tight as you can before you leave the pits, because in any of the race cars, it doesn't matter if it's a TCX or a GT3, you pull some serious G's on slick tyres, and that really starts to stretch these belts a little bit. You wear a full hands device so that if you have a head-on collision like that, it restricts your head movement forward. And all of these latest safety things is the reason why we see drivers get out of cars that have had horrendous accidents and walk away from it. And it's just, I remember last year we had one of the Alpines down at Yas, sitting on the infield at turn 4 at Yas. There's no tyres on it, just the engine in the back, and all we could see was a roll cage, and the driver sitting in there calmly unplugging himself and getting out. There was nothing left of the car. So amazing safety that has been promulgated through the Creventic series with all of the cars out there. Drivers wear full 3-layer fire suits. There are onboard fire extinguishers activated from inside and outside. So safety is paramount in motorsport because it is dangerous.
Yeah. And we've already had a nasty incident with a car that partially caught fire and needed that fire extinguisher that is carried by all of these cars. The driver with partial burns, we were hearing, not visible burns, because Joe had a word with the driver involved with that. But you only need to be exposed to fire for a very short period, a couple of seconds, and you'll feel the heat for maybe a few days. But yes, fireproof race wear is essential in this occupation. This car that we're talking about now didn't catch fire, but is looking very sorry for itself on the front, with a lot of that paint from the rubber belt that sits on the front of the tyre wall now scuffing the front of the car after it ended up underneath that very large tyre wall at the end of the straight between turns 9 and 10. The race around this recovery continues rather in a sense. You can't overtake, and you have to adhere to the 60 kilometres per hour, but this can all be weaved into potential strategy. If you're in a position to take on some fuel, you are allowed to do that. Come into pit lane, maybe do a driver change and a tyre switch, but then when you get to the fueling area, you're only allowed 25% of your normal fuel allocation. That's exactly what the race leader is doing, in fact. Dan Harper out of that Al-Manar Racing BMW. Darren Young took over before the car visited the pit lane, but a bit more fuel for Darren Young before it will continue on.
James Winslow also into the pits in the Haas RT car, and currently fourth on track now, and second in the AM category. Paradigm competition, and Simon Travers in the 991 leads the AM and third overall. And Pure Racing again, Alexei Nisov moving up the leaderboard up into second position. 146 laps completed by our race leader, the Al-Manar Racing. And Darren Young now just leaving the pits. Now this barrier repair shouldn't take too long, because they've just got to have a look at the tyres as the 414 makes its way into pit lane. That'll be parked, either sent down to their garage. You can see that part of the front, the air dam, is sitting in front of that car rather than underneath it. But quick work from the track team here at Dubai Autodrome to get that sorted out. A little bit of barrier repair. I did see during the last Code 60 that the course car did go out to have a bit of a look around the circuit, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that this evening, just to see where debris is. And a lot of it is to replace the signage, the foam signage, which is the countdown corner markers that tend to get occasionally removed by a wayward car. So that car now being taken back into the scrutineering bay and the technical bay, just at the beginning of pit lane. And we should get some form of countdown to when the Code 60 ends regarding the tidy up going down at turn 10. Give me a quick eye on our 992 field. Rick Broikers in the red camel, Jordans.nl currently leading the 992 category. And he's got a few laps now on Hub van Eindhoven in the Terra outdoor racing, running in 27th overall, second in class. And then it's Ramsey Mitran in the fuel bay at the moment, dual racing by Huber, third in the 992 category.
Also a driver change for Haas RT as Alexander Bukantsov gets back on board the 21 car to head into fourth position in the race. Simon Traves is getting some fuel in the 991 BMW. Just witnessing the stop for the third placed M4 GT3 Evo. And the earlier race leader, the Dynamic GT Porsche for Klaus Bachler, has slipped down to fifth place. But now with the Rapid Austrian being strapped back in again, he started the race. I'm sure we'll see that car rise again towards the top three. Joe in the pits.
Yeah, it's Sammy Moutran in the dual racing car. I saw it was definitely Sammy.
Exactly. Maybe the driver ID hasn't been changed. It's still showing him on the screen.
Yeah,
no,
I think so.
we won't get
While
that
you're here
until
with us,
he
mate.
heads out of the fuel bay. Yeah.
He's still in the field bay, of course. He's just got in. I've got Simon Travers. He's just got out of the 991, the Paradigm Competition BMW. Simon, everybody's keen on hearing about the BMW and how well this BMW is going this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely going well. We've had a good week sorting setup out and working through various options and settled on a good option in the end.
Have you had much experience on the Michelin tyre?
No, this is the first time we've ran it in Dubai.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good tyre. It's good all-round tyre and it's working well.
I mean, I know we sometimes focus a lot on like one lap speed and ultimate qualifying speed, but it's all about that tyre lasting you as a driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I think with the Michelin, especially with the BMW, you just got to protect the front. The front axle is the one that goes first, and you just have to keep that protected, and you're okay.
All right, thank you, Simon. We've gone back to green, guys.
Very swiftly indeed, after the mopping up was required down at the end of the back straight, so the recovery of the car took a bit of time, but then the track sweep, as efficient as it always is here in Dubai, to limit the amount of code 60 there is to all of the competitors. Well, the track staff are doing their best job at that. You could argue that the commentators are attempting to slow the race down as much as possible. I mean, it's not deliberate, it just seems to be the way things are going. Toby Sowery has now been inserted into the 991 Paradigm Competition BMW. So that was the car that was brought in by Simon, who we've just been chatting to, and also Amin Al-Hati, part of that driving lineup, along with Darren Leung. So it's all going quite nicely for the 991 crew in their GT3 AM entered BMW, running as high as third overall at this stage, ahead of Klaus Bachler, and Bachler will try to whittle that time down as much as he can during this stint to try and get that GT3, not a Pro-Am, not an AM car, it's a GT3 Pro in effect, try to get that back to the sharp end.
Just looking at Toby Sowery, a lot of American racing for him, ALMS, Asian LMS, IMSA, LMP2, IndyCar, 3 races in that as well. First in the Radical World Finals in 2022, third in Indy Lights in 2019, so a very experienced steerer in that Paradigm competition at the brand new BMW M4 GT3, and its initial outing around the planet here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
Yeah, many times a brand new GT3 car is homologated effectively in time for this event, and a chance therefore to see these cars for the first time in anger at this particular race, and then at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. Very often an Evo kit may well have been used in one of the SP or the SPX categories around the Nordschleife for a year or so, but not eligible for competitions such as this until the following season.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's a big thing to bring a car to a 24-hour race for its first outing.
True.
Like, it's a real thing. We've seen it with the Rosser guys. This is a test session for them, but it's a really big ask of the team and also of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will have been put through independent tests. Sometimes you hear of 30-hour tests taking place, but that is 1 or 2 cars on their own pounding round and round, and you don't get the same dynamic as you would in a race with 60-odd cars in it, because you're going to get the odd code 60 where cars go slower and you have heat soak to worry about. Also, the pit stops may not go entirely to plan. You've got different drivers at the wheel as well, and all those elements that you can do your very best to replicate in a test, but it's just not the same thing.
Yeah, I've been noticing in regards to when we come out of the code 60 that a lot of drivers are weaving across the track, warming up those tyres. Now, we didn't see that previously when we had other brands of tyres. It wasn't as prevalent as what we're seeing with how cold those tyres must be getting and losing the heat a lot quicker of this specific brand of type of endurance tyre. So something new the teams have to get with is that you need to do a proper tyre warm-up as you come out of the Code 60, especially the long ones, 20-odd minutes or so. That one was quite quick. But, I noticed half a dozen cars down the start-finish straight doing the weaving just to try and generate a little bit of heat in there before they attack turn 1.
Yeah, because weaving in a Code 60 is generally frowned upon, isn't it? Because recovery work's taking place there, and they may be repairing the circuit, and you don't want cars on the brink of control. So
most definitely,
you have to not weave in the Code 60, and that is really not going to help the tyre temp. And then as soon as the green flags come out, as long as there's nobody alongside you, and we have had a nasty incident in qualifying where
they were weaving
led to a huge incident with an Audi and a Mercedes on the back straight, one of the fastest parts of this circuit, and practically wrote off an Audi R8.
Yeah, Tresso attempted racing the number 99, and but that not taking part because we could actually see the inside of the gearbox.
It was, the outer casing was stripped.
Exactly.
Not least because it found the hole in the Armco, which is normally used for access, and the back end of the car caught that and made it even worse. Not like a glancing blow that you would have already normally had on just a long, expansive Armco.
It was almost a direct 180-degree impact. It was right, you went in there square. Yeah. And there's not much leeway at the back of those cars.
One of those that you wince at every time you see it again. Darren Young then leading by, what is that, 46 seconds? No, we'll just wait for Alexei Nesov to cross the line actually in the Pure Racing car to give you a real-time gap. But 777's BMW in front of that Pure Racing Porsche. And then the best of the GT3 AM cars for Paradigm Competition running in third position. Then a nice little gaggle of non-pro GT3 cars from 5th position down to 10th spot, including the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, as what is left of the 414 car now after its big crash at the end of the long straight goes past Joe. What's your early assessment then, Joe?
I'm not sure it's going to rub out, Johnny. It's got a massive amount of damage on the front end. I'm now behind the car, so it may be, when I get a proper and closer look at it, just kind of superficial bodywork, etc. When it gets to its garage and they give us a better chance of stopping still and me getting a proper look at it, I'll give you a better assessment. But it's Baz Kooten is part of this operation as well for Ajith Kumar, and they don't know when to stop, do they? They'll just keep on
Indeed,
pushing.
the front 2 corners mechanically looked pretty okay. It was just a lot of bodywork laying over the top of them, so it looked reasonably square at the front end. So hopefully, when you have a look at that, you'll be able to see if I'm right or wrong.
I think you're spot on from what you saw from the front wheels, and more importantly, the front wheels are also pointing in the right direction. Now, whether they're fixed to the cars is a matter that we can find out in a moment. We are walking all the way up the top of the pits with this car being pushed by the mechanic, so we'll see. But I think you're right. It's reached the garage now. It's going to be pushed in nose first, and the team will go to work. I'll get back to you when I have a report.
Well, this is a Razoo More Than Racing car, isn't it, which is the team from Austria. I know the sister car, as in the other car that Ajith Kumar had as his name against it, is a Baz Kooten car.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Baz Kooten was involved with Razoo. That might just have been a misspeaking moment from Joe, unless he knows a little bit more. Fine, okay. Gotcha. I mean, he might be having a look, but he might be saying, I'm glad I'm not involved with Razoo in this race, because they're going to have to sort that car out. Yes.
All right.
It's going to take a bit of time to get for its weather. And look, we did that they have the spares some spares you carry. Yeah, I'll come out the garage. We take it for granted that they're going to repair the car, but it all depends on what spares you've got in the truck and if you've got the right spares. And sometimes, here's a team member. Okay. Brake failure on the left rear, I'm being told. That's what caused the shunt, which is unfortunate. They're having a look at the rear of the car. So a myriad of problems causing the damage. Very little activity on the front end, more activity on the rear to find the cause. I suppose if the brake failure can't be rectified, then it's pointless repairing the damage, so it makes sense to have a look at that
Now, with the
first.
car having its hazard lights on almost before the braking area, do you think that's a safety mechanism? The car, whether it's lost brake pressure or something similar, has the car then kicked into some sort of warning mode that actually couldn't have been foreseen? It's just slightly bizarre that those hazard lights were on, I thought, before the braking point. Then the driver hit the brakes and nothing happened.
Yeah, I can't quite remember if it was on, but they clearly were on when they were in the zone.
Yeah.
And we saw the car initiate the turn, but obviously with no rear brakes, and you're probably running 65, 35 balance in these cars. You rely on that rear balance as well to knock off some speed, and without that happening, there wasn't much you could do in that area that Dominic was basically a little bit of a passenger there.
Yep.
But what he's done, he's actually nosed it underneath the because of the rake of that nose on the Cayman. It's actually gone underneath the tyres and protected the front end from impact, because it's been able to roll underneath the tyres and go 2 or 3 rows back, just damaging the bodywork.
Yeah, so that may have, I think, coincidentally, rather than anything that Dominic did. I mean, you do hear stories of as soon as drivers realise either the throttle is stuck open or in this case there's no brakes, you actually initiate a spin. Yeah, you chuck it into a spin.
You want the 4 wheels going sideways to try and slow you down.
Try and shave some speed off it. And plus a side-to-side contact is marginally better than a head-on, because you don't quite know how far underneath the tyres you're going to go, whereas if you hit the tyres sideways, you're less likely to go fully underneath them. But yeah, the main effort is just to try and decrease the speed of the car at the point of impact. But I don't think he had opportunity to do that.
No, we're talking about it up here in the commentary box, not sitting behind the steering wheel, approaching a wall at 150 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
and
it's much easier to talk about it from our position.
Yeah.
You feel entirely for Dominic Albert, who had very little warning that was going to happen. And it's only when the car stops very, very suddenly you realise quite what speed you're doing so often around this place, lap after lap. It brings it into sharp focus.
Exactly. Once you've been in a car for 10, 15 minutes, everything starts to slow down. Okay, you're not realising the speed that you are going. And that then can lead to, when you do go off track, that fence comes up so fast.
Yeah.
You think you've got time to address the issue and do things where your brain's going a million miles an hour, and all of a sudden things aren't doing that.
Victor Plekhanov, meanwhile, who is in the number 30 Porsche. That car is in the fueling area, isn't it? Which is 20 kilometres per hour, a good indication to Victor's left, the 2 different speed boards. So 40 kph for the main pit lane, 20 kph for the fueling quadrant, which is very, very slow, but that's because there are team members potentially walking around that area, getting into the right position so that the pistol grip fuel fillers can be spotted, a vacant bay. And then these smart codes, or smart cards rather, are offered to the very, very intelligent fueling Bowsers that work out precisely how much fuel you can take on this occasion and whether the track is under code 60 or not. Thankfully, we're not.
Exactly, but Nick did go and talk to Paul Trustwell about it, because we were in the code 60, they were fueling, and the leaders were fueling, and all of a sudden it went green. And we didn't know if it stayed at the code 60 level or whatever, so Paul Trustwell said, yes, it does change. The smart tags are that smart.
Yeah, so the transition point, green to purple, purple to green, the fuel Bowser adapts accordingly. Now then, a frightening moment for Dominic Albert not that long ago in the Razzoon Porsche, and he's been good enough to head towards Joe for a quick chat.
Firstly, Dominic, are you okay?
Yeah, thanks, I'm fine.
You look fine. We were speculating what it must be like to have a brake failure as you did. I mean, tell exactly how you felt.
Yes, that was it exactly. So I come back the back straight. I run around, I think, 230. And as soon as I hit the brakes, I moved nearly totally through it. And then, I tried to avoid it, but after 1-2 seconds, I recognized that will be an hard impact.
Yeah, that sort of speed, there's nothing the driver can do with a brake failure, is there? There's nothing you could have done.
I know it's not the best feeling, so you think about things that you maybe can get the loop, but for that it was too tight, the barriers, so I hit them frontal.
You may need a change. You may need a change of underwear, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. The car looks damaged. Are the team going to try and fix it?
I just arrived now from medical center, and as you know, Razzoon, it's quite simple. If it's fixable, we go out again, and best thing is I got the yellow one, so if everything is good, I'm back in the car.
So that was given to you by the medical center to say that you're okay to drive again?
Yes, that's the most important.
It is, absolutely. Thank you for talking to us, Dominic. Really appreciate that. Dominic Albert in good shape as well, as we can see. It's just his underwear that needs changing, I would imagine.
Wristband if you're cleared, Joe, to continue to race.
I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, I mean, when he showed me the wristband, and he said, more importantly, this, when you visit the medical centre, they must give you a yellow band to indicate that you can continue and to participate in the race, which kind of makes sense. I mean, probably back in the day, they've had drivers attend the medical centre and come out of there with a concussion and get back in the car. It's kind of given a clearance, isn't it? And the doctors have authorised that you're fine, you're okay to drive again. So that's great thinking from the organisers to instigate that protocol. Great idea. And let's hope that Razzoon can get the car back out, because there's still plenty of this race left.
It was interesting because I've got a yellow wristband to get me into dinner later. So will it get me a drive at the same time?
You don't have a driver's wristband, which the medical team would remove if you're not fit to race.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have that, and if they think you have a concussion or some form of injury, they'll remove your driver's band, which means you're no longer able to compete.
Which doesn't stop Johnny A getting dinner, and B, if he finds some Normex in a helmet, might be able to sneak into a car.
That was my plan.
We'll know exactly you're not a driver the moment you put a lap time in, though,
there
JP.
is that. And I would probably cause a code 60 because that's generally the way that this weekend has panned out to this point as well, whether I'm behind the wheel of a car or otherwise. Darren Young in the BMW is on lap 156 and he's trying to hold off Alexei Nesov. Actually, there's a good chunk of time between those two drivers currently, but it's BMW, Porsche, BMW, and then a couple more Porsches. So if you're an Audi fan, only 6th place for that car at the moment, and Mercedes not having a good time at all at this stage, 9th and 10th places. It's been quite some time since Mercedes won this race last time out, 2020, and that wasn't a full race either. So I think of the 4 big manufacturers, it's Mercedes that have waited the longest time for a race win here, but they do have the oldest
2012 Abu Dhabi by Black Falcon was the last time that they were
prior to the 2020 victory.
Let me just go on to the pages are back to front, aren't they? Of course they are. So 24 was Audi, 23 was BMW, 22 Audi, Porsche in 21, Mercedes in 2020, Black Falcon.
Yeah, but I'm sort of not counting that one because it wasn't a 24-hour race.
Well, let me go back a little bit further.
So it's 18, I think, since the last time Mercedes won here.
2000, you are correct, 18, and that was, once again, Black Falcon.
Yeah. So Audi the most recent winners, as in last year, BMW the year before that, and Porsche are now in a 4-year drought, but the bigger one I mean, Mercedes will definitely count 2020, but we only did 168 laps.
Caused a flood in that year.
Yeah. But that was the shortest distance record, and by no means was a 24-hour race. So the true last 24-hour victory for a Mercedes was 7 years ago. So it's been quite some wait, and they don't look like they're likely to complete a victory so far, at least, with their cars, their best cars, 9th and 10th. But things can spin around very quickly.
In this race, it can spin around incredibly quickly. I'm just looking at the gap between Klaus Buckler in the Dynamic GT running 4th at the moment and Toby Sowry, the Paradigm. 37 seconds. That gap is staying a little bit static at the moment. It did come down a little bit, but I think Toby Sowry may have had some traffic. Currently leading the AM category, GT3 AM. Interesting, Alexander Buksantov is back into fuel. Now, he only recently got aboard that Haas RT. It wasn't that long ago, so in for fuel there. So maybe their Code 60 fueling has sort of upset where their drivers are in regards to their stint times. And it's put it out of sync.
You can plot it all out on a spreadsheet before the race, and then that very quickly spirals out of control by about the 4th or 5th Code 60, and you have to have a plan B, C, D, and many other letters, no doubt.
W.
Yeah, probably.
And then you start putting letters in front of them, and numbers A1,
the
A2.
alphabet for a second time.
Yeah.
Sami Moutran in the 950 Porsche with its very smart paint job for this weekend, exuding memories of silk-cut Jaguars.
We missed them last year. They didn't race last year, and it was the first time for a very long time we didn't have the Moutrans out.
You're talking about the Moutrans rather than the silk-cut Jags,
yes,
which I don't think we've
exactly.
ever had in this race, sadly.
We've had them here at the Historic.
I'm sure.
And we have the Historic here. We've had the silk-cut Jags.
Well, that would be very cool. I've not been here for that event, but I'm sure you have many times.
Yes. And it was pretty... well, we have a load of Formula One cars, and it's the 992 that has stopped down at turn 10. And just trying to navigate his way around through to turn around.
Hasn't made the tyres in this instance,
no,
thankfully. But it's the same place where Dominic Albert had his moment only 20 minutes or so ago, and the yellow flags are now being displayed into turn 10. You can race
Racing in their 992 AM car.
So there's the potential for another caution, but the 992 is rolling again and heading back towards the racetrack. Let's hope we can avoid it in this case.
Loris Naroy at the wheel of that car, currently running 9th in the 992 AM category. Maybe the bumps caught him out, or was there another car that he was trying to avoid and he just had to get off the circuit? It does happen down at turn 10. It's a 992 car, so the GT3 cars do approach that corner quite a bit quicker. But the flag has been withdrawn. Okay, 30-minute warning for fireworks. 30-minute warning for our fireworks, brought to you this year by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can see. Now, if you're sitting in the grandstand, it'll happen on the right-hand side. If you look to your right, and you'll see where those lights finish, just down there is where the fireworks will be this year. And all 3 minutes of glory.
So, I mean, if you're already in the Apex Garden, is that a good place to be?
The Apex Garden this year has grown 40-fold to last year. It's going to be our podium for the podium ceremony for the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. It's got great food over there. You've got food trucks. We've got a kids area in there as well. A lot of work has gone on with Union Properties at Dubai Tourism to get this area up, because unfortunately, due to restrictions, we can't have the public in the pits anymore. It's a safety thing. So we have to make areas. We actually took a car park down to put this area in for the public this year. And so great work from Union Properties, Dubai Autodrome and Dubai Tourism for offering up an absolutely amazing spectacle for our fans. And if you're in the grandstand, you can get across there. There's a tunnel that goes under the grandstand, brings you up in the building just to the right of the podium, head out the back door, and you can can go and visit all of these marvellous attractions.
And that tunnel, I don't think I've ever seen it as busy as it has been so
I said
far
to
this
Joe,
weekend.
next year I'm going to put a zip line up here for us, and it goes both ways, so you can jump in the chair over that and come back up onto the top of the grandstand.
Yeah, you need a ski lift in one direction and then the zip line in the other, and that would be perfect.
It will be indeed.
It's quite an installation for, what have we got, 6 or 7 members of our commentary team, but I think we're worth it.
Look, in that time in Dubai, we could get a fully lit walkway going all the way across from the top level of the grandstand.
Yeah.
And it'll have a restaurant in it as well.
We'll submit plans at the end of the race, and it'll be done by next week.
Next week? Really?
Slacking.
Wednesday.
All right. Well, the crowd. I was going to say is growing in the Apex Garden, but it's been very populated in that area from the off today, and everyone being suitably entertained now by some fire jugglers.
And they've got the big LED screen up behind them as well, so you can watch the race as well as enjoying the fire jugglers. Great entertainment here this weekend for the 20th running. We had to make it special.
Yeah.
We had to make it special. You know, it's the longest running race here in the Middle East, and we never missed a year. You know, with all of the stuff that went on in 2008 and obviously in 2020 after the round here. And we've got to remember that Creventic were the first racing series to go back racing during COVID.
Yep.
You know, they developed the strategies and all of the things that they needed to do to work in different countries which had different regulations. It was incredibly difficult to do. We had to learn a new way of broadcasting.
Yes.
You know, everybody had to learn new ways of doing things. So it really expanded what we have now as our coverage.
Yeah, nobody had even heard of Zoom prior to COVID, but we all know now, well, some of us know how to use it. And
some of us avoid using it.
Avoid using it, yeah. And the old classic problem of being on mute. But to go to Portimao, was it not? The first race back, the 24 hours of Portimao. And the travel from the Netherlands down to the south of Portugal is no mean feat at the best of times in a normal world. So, they worked out precisely what they needed to do and how to get so many cars down to that part of the world from the base. And, I mean, this has always been a huge undertaking since Creventic took this event over to get this many cars to this part of the world and in containers many weeks before they need to be here. And it's now a well-oiled machine. Mercedes number 96 had a moment a couple of seconds ago, running a little too deep into, is that turn 12?
Just want to see him where he comes out. Very dusty.
It's later on in the lap than that. Oh, it might have been 12 actually. 14.
It's down the hill, it's 13.
Yeah, 13, beg pardon.
Where the old management building used to be, which is no longer there, but there is the new construction up there, which is going to be the Motor City Clubhouse being built around this circuit, and everything to the left of us as we look, cars running right to left, is going to be built up, so pretty good.
Yeah,
Evo Brokers is down there with Joe Bradley.
Evo, you've just been watching that pit stop go ahead. In fact, you've been videoing it. Is that because you then take that back to the team and analyse how the 909 pit stop went?
I only show back the good stops.
Was that a good stop?
This was a very good one. I think about 22 seconds, and that's rather good, and all look good, and we are happy with the stops.
The Red Camel team, you've told us many times, Evo, that they're a bunch of volunteers. They're a bunch of people that just come together for the weekends. I mean, you know, you've got these professional teams that will drill and practice. You guys can only practice when you come to the track on a weekend.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, only practicing basically during the race. I mean, our pit stops are getting better during the race. Of course, in the days before, we also doing some practices. But yeah, we have done it so many times, so everybody's in the same position, and they know what to expect, and all to expect the unexpected.
Is it a new car for the Red Camels team this year? Is that a brand new car?
Sorry?
Is that a brand new car you've brought out?
No, it's the car from last year, but last year, as you might know, we had a lot of problems. Finally it's solved with a half a Porsche Motorsport, and we found the issue that cost us last year the season, but now we are full confident to be back in the battle again.
Here we are at round one of a season. I mean, you have the overall championship that you guys look at. Yes, the European Champions is nice, but the overall championship is what I know you look at. Is that what you kind of... Can you focus on that even at this early stage?
Yes, we are really focused on trying to compete for the championship, to compete for the win. That's something what we want, and to compete with the best. There are a lot of very fast drivers over here from Super Cup and Porsche Mobile Cup, whatever, and we as an amateur team try to join them in the battle for the championship.
You guys are like you quite literally are a family with the adopted son in the form of Fabian Dans. Fabian in for the rest of the season?
Yes, he is. He will join us for the rest of the season. We are very happy to have him. A great bloke. He's very reliable. He never has a crash on the car. And he's a good guy to have in the team. I always say he's bringing energy and not costing any energy at all.
Yeah, and he's fast, isn't he?
And he's fast, yes. Very fast.
Let's not hex anything more, so we'll stop talking, shall we? You and me hexing things by saying, didn't put a scratch on the car. Yeah, we'll stop there, Ivo. Yes. Great stuff. Yes, you nearly got run down by a Mercedes there. Thank you,
Thankfully,
Ivo.
they avoided that. You didn't, but Seb did. Yeah, but Seb's almost robotic. I mean, the cars bounce off
over
it. And that, yeah. He's been in pit lanes operating RF cameras for so long. Not even he can remember the first day at work.
Machine.
Indeed. And I kind of like the fact that Ivo Breukers has used the word bloke there. Yep. I don't think that's readily used in the Netherlands, but adopting the UK and Australia as well, which is a cracking, endearing phrase.
Well, for an endearing team who've been part of this since the get-go.
Yeah, too right.
And always come and put on a great performance.
Ben Goethe, meanwhile, in his McLaren, motoring on. And a couple of moments ago, was that his car involved in an incident? Or no, just a simple overtake or a bit of lappery. Passing a Mercedes close to the end of the lap, exiting turn 14 and into 15. So Benji is in 8th place, having got ahead of the Hubert Haupt Mercedes. So that was a move for position, I fancy. Yes. Car 4 is the AMG, driven by Hubert Haupt at the moment. Sergei Sorokin for the SMP Racing crew in their Mercedes, car number 7, running in 10th place. But Pure Racing now at the head of the order. That is because Darren Young pitted not too long ago, and Young dropping a couple of spots. So thankfully we've got cars that are close enough at the sharp end of the field to ensure that they change positions every time one of them comes in for a stop. Indeed,
fuel and fresh tyres for Darren Young and the Almanar Racing team, and we're Porsche, BMW, and it's always the way. Those two BMWs always seem to rise to the top, and this has now become a little bit of a thing. At the first hour, 2 BMWs, second hour, 2 Porsches, third hour, 2 BMWs, fourth hour. It's becoming a little bit of a their strategies are playing opposite each other, which are probably all going to meld together in hour 24.
Yeah. Well, there are so many different pathways you can take to navigate your way to the end of the race. And you might say, well, it's a little bit too early to be working out precisely where you're going to be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But I'm sure there is a spreadsheet for each of the teams that has adopted that. But it will chop and change on so many occasions. Yes. But some of the strategic programs that are running on laptops and computers up and down pit road will have mapped the blocks to the end of the race. And then it's just a question of how closely you can stick to that plan.
You can map the blocks, but you can't map the drivers.
True.
And so when the sun comes up, everybody gets their second wind.
Yes.
You know what it's like. And a lot of, over the past years, I've spoken to a lot of drivers, Kaladal Kabasi, and said, what happens? He said, it's when the sun comes up, part 2 of the race starts. Right? That's when we're looking at what we need to do to get to that finish line.
Yeah.
That's when we can see the finish line, literally and figuratively, because it gives everybody a breath of fresh air. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you're really struggling. It's just so long in the dark. It just doesn't seem to be getting any brighter. You're getting tireder. It's taking a toll on your concentration. As soon as that sun starts to pop up, all of a sudden that all changes. You get that, you get a second wind.
And just after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's probably precisely when you need that second win, because that will
6
be
hours to go.
Just under 6 hours to go, exactly. And there are a lot of endurance races that only last 6 hours. So all of a sudden,
next weekend,
you can think we've only got the length of the Abu Dhabi race to go. It feels a lot more tangible. But also, any decisions you make, they've got to either work, or you'll know that they haven't worked very, very quickly, and there's not a lot of time to recover there.
And well, that's the whole thing. You don't have time to recover, because some of these strategies take place over 4 or 5 stints. And if you're double stinting drivers, etc., so it becomes very, very interesting on how all of these team dynamics play out. Have you got any car damage? Are you nursing a problem? Do you need to baby the car for a little while? We're looking at 12 to 13 degrees overnight. So getting toward 4 or 5 in the morning, it's going to get cold as well. And how are the tyres going to react to that temperature change? And then how the tyres are going to react after about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, because we're going to be at the same temperature, and the track's going to have the same amount of sun on it as it did when we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So then you'll be in your safe window of knowing where your tyres are. The track's going to have a lot more rubber on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to improve what the racing, because you can trust the grip a bit more. But how hard can you push that car?
There's so much new for the teams to deal with because of the brand new tyre for 2025 and beyond. We are powered by Michelin from this season onward in the 24H series. Yes, everyone's had night practice to try and assess what the tyres might do, but that only took us to 9 o'clock on Friday night.
Yep.
And it won't have dealt with the temperature plummet that we're likely to have this evening. Track temperature generally is retained in asphalt until later than 9 o'clock, so grip levels would still have been pretty good yesterday evening, but there is a chance that they will ebb away when we get to 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So this is learning on the fly for a lot of the teams that do not have experience of the Michelin tyre. We learnt from the boss of Michelin at this race, the Michelin man, I think, as he introduced himself to some members of our team at breakfast this morning, that we learned before we got going that the tyres on the Porsche Cup cars are those that we see in the Carrera Cup championships around the world. So if you've come here from a Carrera Cup, Germany or France or Benelux, you will have some experience of the tyres on those cars. However, for the GT3 cars, for the TCE cars, that's a tyre from elsewhere in their range, and therefore might be brand new for those running it.
And once again, learning curve. We have been on track since Monday at the Dubai Autodrome with paid sessions for the cars. We had a few cars out that are running down at Yas, not running here this weekend, doing some testing. The Creventic started on Thursday, Friday, with the practice sessions, but a lot of running, and we did have the tyre test back in December. Winwood Racing were on top of the timesheets there, so some teams got the cars out early and got some testing in. Enrico Fulgenzi has been running in our local series here. Once again, we run on Michelin tyres, so the same sort of thing, and he's getting it and time for his drivers to learn this circuit. So especially when half of the circuits in Europe are covered in snow at this time of year. It's a great place to come.
But those test sessions, were they all held in daylight or at
Yes.
least daytime hours?
Daytime, morning and afternoon. That's what they had.
So nothing, again, goes to the point of nothing at 3 or 4 in the morning. So
Exactly, and we're expecting 12 degrees from 4 a.m. through till 7 a.m.
Great.
Okay, so
Which is chilly for this part of the world.
It's absolutely Arctic for this.
But then again, tyres should still operate or should still be able to create performance even at those cooler temperatures.
Well, no doubt Michelin have done their testing, and maybe they tested these tyres in Europe in colder temperatures to work them out, because they're going to have to run at the circuits that Preventic are going to but for the 6 rounds, I think it is, over there in the European Series. So that's going to be, what it's going to do is give the teams that have come here that are going to compete in Europe, is going to give them a huge advantage.
Yes.
On the teams that are just doing the European rounds.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have a massive advantage. If you're running here, you've got 24 plus 6 down at, plus all the testing time. You've got probably 40 to 50 hours of track time knowledge on those tyres in varying conditions. And two different track surfaces.
Yes.
So you're going to go into the European Series, if you're running there as well, with a massive amount of knowledge.
Yeah. And that rather backs up what we've been saying, that if you've had an issue in the opening 4, 5, 6 hours of this race and your car needs urgent repair, it's definitely worth doing that, because you might still have half the race to at least glean some tyre data from, and other data as well if it's a brand new car for this season. So we may yet see still some cars that aren't currently in the race returning to the track, because it's just too good an opportunity to turn down. Side-by-side action into the first corner. That was 40 Aston Martin battling with the 21 Audi from Haas RT. That was a move for position again.
Yeah, Tom Van Rumpy in the Aston Martin, Alexander Bekantov in the Haas RT Audi. They are running 13th and 14th in the Porsche GT3 category, but as an AM and a Pro-Am. So overall position change, but not a change for category. We've got a slow car in Sector 1 at the moment. That is from turn 1 around to about turn 5. Just keeping an eye out to see where that car is.
And indeed, which car it is.
Yes.
Just literally reported as a slow car at this stage, but highly useful information with this level of light.
I'm not really seeing anybody going slow through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5.
That message has now been removed.
Yeah, maybe it was just a slide off track running out of turn 2, getting it all collected up back together again.
Yeah. Race leader into the pit lane and now into fueling in frac. So Thomas Preining reaching the end of his driving stint. Noting that there's still a 20-second penalty alongside that car, which may be reset, or they didn't serve it.
It still says it's...
Oh, no, it still says 20, doesn't it?
It does say 20, and he's down in the fuel bay, so that's yet to be served.
Okay.
Unless it clicks over when he leaves pit lanes.
That's what I was
give
wondering.
An idea, yeah.
Yeah, when is that penalty time actually deleted from the screen?
Yeah.
It may well... Oh, there was a spin there. I thought I heard the squeal of Michelin tyres. And a half spin may be in the first sector of the lap, but wasn't sure precisely which car it was. Tom Van Rompuy, there it is, the number 1
What's the
car.
number 1?
So the number 1 Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi, the Manamari Energy Porsche, running in 10th place. This is a group of drivers that have, for a number of seasons, been in the 992 division, but make the step up to GT3 for this year's Dubai. And Broggi, a great character when he's not in the car and very talented when he is, but that was a spin through the twisty section.
It looked like turn 6 or 7 that he lost the back end of the number 1 multicoloured Porsche. As he makes makes his way down to turn 10. May have flat spotted those tyres. Let's have a little look-see here. Oh, he's already backwards on the exit of 5. So he did it at 5 on the exit there. Now, we've seen some accidents there when you run hard over those ripple strips that can throw the back end of the car out. We saw one there quite a few years ago. Boy, he nearly got cleaned up as he was stationary on track as cars were avoiding accident. He was right out near the curb there. But luckily, everybody smiled and walked away.
Yeah, that's always the concern. The spin stops so you can take a breath, but then you realise, hang on, I'm still broadside, practically still on the racing line as well. And how much warning is everybody going to get as they work their way through the tyre stacks there? It's a high-speed part of the racetrack with really only one racing line. Brodgy wasted no time at all in locating first gear and getting straight out of there.
Yeah, and not going into the pits for new Michelins. He's going to drive around and rattle his fillings for a couple of laps after those flat spots. So he heads on down the straight.
Might be able to tell you how long he's been in the car for this particular stint. Timing screen needs another quick refresh. It's
I'm just going. Thomas Preining is on his outlap. That 20-second penalty is still standing.
Okay.
So he didn't serve it on that pit stop. They have 2 hours to serve the penalty.
Yep.
From when it's put out by race control.
And the other thing is that Preining stays at the wheel of the Pure Racing Porsche, so no driver change. They may well have given Thomas some new tyres though, and clearly not wanting to waste any more time than the pit stop was going to allow, but they'll have to be wary of that 20-second penalty.
I didn't think that. I think they did that to stop going another lap down.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're on 100. They're 2 laps off the lead at the moment. Still quite tight at the top end after the time. 17 hours to go, and our lead 3 cars are looks like they're on the same lap. So we've got 3 lead cars at the moment. Paradigm Competition leading, Dynamic GT in second, Almanar Racing in 3rd position on the same lap, and then Robert Renault in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche leading the Pro-Am category. But once again, we've got an Am car leading the race.
Yeah, terrific.
How good is the balance of performance? Now, the Porsches overnight were handed, the GT3Rs in the GT3 category were handed 20 kilos of ballast to add to their weight to slow them down a little bit because they were pretty quick yesterday in qualifying. And if you're running in GT3, you get an extra 30 kilos of ballast just because you're a GT3, not an Am or a Pro-Am. And you lose 5 litres of fuel on your max full BOP fuel. So they make it harder for the GT3s. And that's why we're seeing the Pro-Ams and the Ams fighting in that top 5 category at the moment.
And it's every credit to Toby Sowery as well, the 28-year-old Brit. He's actually he's from a place in the UK that you might get confused with somewhere else, Melbourne.
No,
never heard of that. No,
never heard of it.
But I automatically thought Melbourne, as in the Melbourne Loop at Donington Park. But no, this is another Melbourne in Cambridgeshire.
There's a Melbourne in Florida as well.
Oh, is there? Oh, they're all over the place.
They are. They breed.
Very common name.
Breed like rats. They do.
Yeah. So I've heard. But he's a star from single-seaters a few years ago, things like the BRDC Formula 3 Championship. Then he did some racing in Italy as well in Formula 4, but didn't take him too long to find GT cars and single-seaters in Indy Lights as well, and did a lot of racing in the US in 2024. What I don't know is what Toby's got planned for this year, but a tie-in with BMW at least this weekend in the Paradigm Competition crew. And on lap 169 now in the 991 numbered BMW, a very unlikely number 4, a Beamer, but they've adopted that from another brand, and it seems to be going well for them so far.
Indeed, 4-minute warning to fireworks. 4-minute warning to fireworks. Proudly brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can have a good look as it comes into the pits. But 3.5 minutes to go. We're going to see those fireworks go off. A 3-minute spectacle brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai.
So Toby Sowry reaching the end of his stint. Maybe he's keen to watch the fireworks.
Possibly, yes.
Wants to get out of the car well in time for that. He'll prove me wrong now and stay on board for another hour. Yeah.
He'll just avoid Joe and go to fuel.
Won't even call with the team.
No, it looks like he is going in most definitely, as the flagman is waving him to his stop.
The other car that's in pit road is Andrea Girondi's Fulgenzi Racing Porsche, which has stopped from 37th position. That car is 12th when you group all the 992s together. And I make it 8th place. 7th place in the 992s.
Toby Sowry stays on board. Just a tyre change there. 4 new Michelin's go on. You may have seen that they can only use 2 guns in GT3, and so the guys have to run from one side to the other with the same gun. The GT4s with the 5 wheel studs, they're allowed 4 guns with those.
Okay, but again, with the centrally locking wheel stud, I can understand why there's the temptation to double stint tyres, particularly overnight, because you can only change 2 at once, and a driver change here therefore can easily be done more quickly than a full tyre change. So there is time to be gained, and that's more likely to be done overnight, where tyre wear is slightly less than it is in the heat of the day.
Well, I haven't been on board with Sammy Mitron for years. Last time, I think we were side by side in Clio racing back in the day.
Nice.
The Mutrans have been here since raced Clios here, raced Seat, Cooper Cup cars, and now we're running in the 992 category. Sammy told me an interesting story once. He said, in the Clio, it was easy. Everybody was overtaking you. Okay, you just keep your eye on your mirror. When he got into the Seat, they were overtaking the slower cars and also being overtaken. He said that was the most stressful. In the 992, he said, you've only got the GT3s to worry about.
Yeah.
Right? Really, really sensible thinking about where they were going to go with their plan for dual racing. They've all raced in our local series. I raced it alongside the Mutran brothers when I was in the Clio Cup in the national series here in the UAE. And what a fantastic family they are, and great supporters of this Creventic event.
Yeah, it's got to be, well, certainly 15 years since their first Dubai 24 hours.
The Clio Cup car.
So that was 2010. I haven't got them down any earlier than that, but
they were racing in the local series from 2007, I think, onwards.
Okay.
They were racing in the last season I did, which was 2009.
Yeah. And that was races here.
Yeah, and Yas Marina.
Yas Marina. And Yas Marina started hosting races from what year?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Too long.
I did a race down there. So
okay,
I did
in the first year?
2009. I think it's 2009 we were racing down at Yas.
Terrific. And still looks just as good as it did on the first day of opening.
10-second warning to Big Bangs. 10-second warning to the Big Bangs going off. Stand by for fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by.
We're away. They've started.
It's
bang on. Bang on 8 o'clock. And let's hope that some of our effects mics can pick this up as well. But let's hope also that you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, because one of our drone cameras now will give us perhaps some of the best footage through the years that we've ever had of the fireworks display. And Joe Bradley is not only our expert pit lane reporter, but also reckons he's got a new career in the description of fireworks. So take it away, Joe.
Well, there's the yellow one, now the red and green one. Oh, that's... No, I'm not
actually quite good. That was better than before.
I get annoyed. Oh, that was like a bluey sort of teal-coloured one. Now got orange, green, orange. Fantastic. I love a bit of fireworks.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Joe. He's just about to finish his stint. That's why he wanted to get that in.
Well,
that's the reason why he wanted this stint specifically, so we could do the fireworks. He knows how to work a schedule. Now, the interesting thing, and I'm not going to say too much until the 3 minutes have expired, but we're green.
We are. And let's hope that all the teams have chosen to put drivers in who are not as excited about fireworks as Joe Bradley is.
Exactly.
Because there is a danger that they're going to completely forget that they're at the wheel of a race car and be too busy going, ooh, an R and a blue one.
Halfway through this, we're halfway through the display.
So enjoy the final 90 seconds, folks. It doesn't really matter where you're stood around the racetrack, and even if you're not here, then maybe the best seat in the house is from our live coverage of this race. I pity those that are listening entirely on radio at this moment. It's a great way to consume a motor race, apart from when the fireworks are on.
And it looks a bit misty out there now because...
Well, it's the smoke, isn't it?
It is.
And I've found this as well, even though, we normally have a 2-minute display, it's a 3-minute display this year, but the smoke lingers for a good 30 minutes afterwards.
We don't have much wind here today. It's been very, very calm, and the wind is actually blowing across the track coming from the sea, so it's hitting the face of the grandstand coming in from the back straight across to the front straight. Yeah. So it may get blown this way occasionally. Enjoy the last 30 seconds of this, folks. It's been fantastic, and thank you very much to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for putting this on for us today.
Yeah, we really appreciate their support and the recognition of this huge motorsport festival. And that's it. That's fireworks done, folks.
Done
for 2025, but they were well worth waiting for.
Indeed.
And we're very grateful for everyone that was involved in the setup of those, the design as well. A real highlight of this race, something to look forward to when we get going earlier on this afternoon. Everyone's saying, when are the fireworks?
I got texts from people who work here asking when the fireworks were. Brilliant stuff. Good to see. And once again, thank you, Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai, helping us celebrate the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai and the 20th year of Dubai Autodrome.
And whilst we were distracted by what was going on in the skies, Klaus Bachler continues to extend the race lead from Darren Young in the chasing BMW of Almanar Racing by Team WRT. It's a 13, nearly 14-second gap then to the Austrian. Dynamic GT, they're all thereabouts. Dropped to 5th during the pit stops, but then climbing back to the sharp end. Porsche occupying 3 of the top 5 positions, with again those 2 Herbert Motorsport cars almost in lockstep, despite there being 1 Pro-Am and 1 Am car.
Yeah.
And Robert Renauer installed, I think, during the last pit stop in car number 91, pounding round with Kevin Say. Well, is he still on the same lap as the Robert Renauer car? Quite possibly not. Trying to work out how many lead lap cars we have at this stage. We'll need Kevin to complete this current lap. He is somewhere in the 3rd sector right now, and yeah, should still be on that lead lap in car number 80.
Just waiting for the Porsche to click through, and because after this amount of time having that many cars still on the lead lap with all of the Code 60s that we've had to endure, the strategies are still being played out, but
yeah, there goes Kevin now. So he is
on the
still just about on the same lap as Klaus Bachler. Bachler's due across the line at any
by about 10 seconds.
Okay.
The same lap.
Yes.
150.
Yeah, Bachler completes lap 173 now in the Dynamic GT Porsche number 24. Sergei Stolyarov, who was an earlier race leader for Windward Racing, now pitting from 5th position in their Pro-Am car.
Looks like a full service for the number 16. It's 58 seconds behind Kevin C, and we're running in 4th. And that'll go out. He's got 1 minute 15 seconds over the Pure Racing Thomas Preening's Porsche, who's currently running in 6th. So the battle all up through that top 10 is ebbing and flowing, as you said before, on their pit stop strategies.
Yeah,
they are really putting in really solid stint.
Yeah,
And with those short code 60s, the race has had time to evolve, and it's evolving into their patterns, and they're working their plans.
Yeah, and the now sustained running, and I'll point out that this has happened during the period of time that we're on air, so we're now taking good care of this race. This is what so many of the teams crave, is some good long runs of green.
Yes.
They can establish precisely what sort of pace they can offer and what consistency. And Dynamic GT are not at the top end of the field by a mistake or error. That is a genuine position,
Genuine pace,
particularly from Bakla. The 24 car also has Stanislav Minsky, Loic Hartog, Anders Fjordbach and Thomas Kiefer. So strong across the piece there. There's a couple of AM drivers, Klaus Bakler's the pro, and then the two semi-pros for Fjordbach and Hartog. And that gap growing to the Almanar Racing BMW. 3 Porsches, though, waiting in the wings to pick up any crumbs from the table. And Mercedes, their run slightly better now, but that was because Sergei Stolyarov owed us a pit stop.
Yeah.
He got his car up to 6th position, and that is now being fuelled. So naturally we'll drop a couple of spots. Toby Sowery just settling himself in for the second of 2 stints now in the former race-leading 991 BMW. He's in 7th position.
You were just talking about Klaus Bakler there. He's got a first in the ALMS GT ranking racing as well. Last year as first in the FIA Endurance Trophy LMGT3. So a very, very accomplished steerer, and he is looking to move up the leaderboard in the for Dynamic GT. But talking about Anders Fjordbach, we've seen him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2, European GT2. So you're right, Johnny. A real depth of talent in that team, and it may still, where they are at the moment, given the depth of driver talent they have, even though they've only got a 15-second lead at the moment, the way that they're managing their drivers has done this.
Yes.
That's what has put them into there. They've been able to get their their very, very good drivers, or very good drivers, in for long stints or double stinting them.
Yeah, it's all about using your pro driver, who is Bakler, as sparingly as possible, but around the required rest periods for the other drivers as well. So try and burn as much AM and semi-pro time as you can in the opening 12 hours. Bakler will be used more readily as we get closer to 1 o'clock. But he's doing a good job at the moment. May just be single stints for the 33-year-old Austrian. Darren Young, though, won't concern himself hugely about that gap of 15 seconds, because you've got to pick and choose who you're racing.
Yes.
Very well thinking, well, I've got to up my pace now, but that's comparing a AM pace to pro, and you can't do that.
No.
Rarely do to teams' driver rotation sync, as in,
yes.
when your rival's got an AM in, you've got an AM in. It doesn't work like that. There are overlaps, and it's all about how the driver combination works across 24 hours.
Indeed, and it's up to sometimes your team manager to tell you you're not racing him. Okay, I need you to block in these times. I just need you to keep doing these times. As the 950 Sami Moutran comes into the pits, currently 4th in the 992 class.
Yep, so that car on schedule, I'm sure, and as it turns right into pit road, a relatively quiet pit lane is greeting for Sami Moutran, and you'd sooner have that rather than a frenetic activity.
Well, you can get fuel, you can get a Bowser.
Yeah.
And
yes, indeed.
Once again, that's up to the team to go, do we come in a lap short and make sure that we can, we don't get held up in the fuel bay by waiting?
mentioned a few seconds ago about the number 16 Mercedes coming in. There was a driver change there. Sergei Stolyarov getting out and handing over to Rinat Salyakov. So he will rejoin in 11th position for Winward. They're ultimately chasing the Robert Renauer Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the better placed or best placed Pro-Am lineup.
Klaus Bachler into the pits. 38 lap old tyres on that Porsche from Dynamic GT. And he had a 6.6 second lead over Darren Leung in the Almanar Racing. And that will put the BMW back into the lead again. We came into our stint, Johnny, with the BMW in the lead. It looks like we may be leaving with the BMW in the lead.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, it's funny how these things tie into shift changes, but we're doing 2-hour stints, if you like, and I didn't break it this time. John Hindhaugh suggesting over here that I've broken the race. Initially, it didn't go well in this stint. We had a code 60, but I reckon we've had over an hour of green now, haven't we, Phil?
Yep.
Yeah. See? We're slowly looking after this race now. But yes, we're doing 2-hour stints in the commentary booth. The drivers and teams are doing 2-hour stints, so it fits. And
hour and 2 minutes of green flag running, Johnny.
There you go. See? Say that very, very loudly. 6.6 seconds it became. We often find that gap falsely closes because of where the timing loop is in pit road compared to where it is on the main straight, and you're naturally shaving speed anyway because you've got to get down to the 40 kph. It was sitting around 15 seconds for Klaus Bachler, and all things being equal, the 24 Dynamic GT Porsche should have about that sort of advantage when it rejoins as well. But this is important now without that car out on the racetrack for Darren Young to retain focus.
Yes.
And try and close the gap, even though the car that he's racing isn't actually doing laps, if you know what I mean.
He's closing that virtual gap.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's closing the
important not to lose sight of the virtual car.
Exactly. And well, if you're a sim racer, you could do that perfectly. It's all virtual. Indeed. As Johnny takes a break, and we'll see him back in a couple of hours. Next up to talk you through the next few hours, it will be a Mr. John Hindhaugh.
Hello.
And how are you, mate?
I'm very well. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've had the fireworks above the circuit
under
of
green
Dubai.
Flag.
Under green flag for the first time in a few years. Plenty of fireworks on the track as well, live on the Preventing Motorsport channel on YouTube and our syndicated TV partners. This is the 2025 Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai with 16 hours and 45 minutes still to go. So change over in the Global Broadcast Centre. I hope Rob Bell is still listening down at McLaren. I haven't had a good chat with Rob for quite some time. Spent a wee bit of time with him in that last break when I went down to grab some victuals, as it were. And this is going to really upset Joe Bradley as well if he's listening. I had better knowledge of Newcastle's football strip, and I said Newcastle as well there, which Rob noticed I didn't before, than Rob did. There was a black and white striped Adidas kit that they used in Europe once. I think it was against Monaco in 1997 with centre parks on the front because they couldn't have the blue star. And I'll give him his due, it was only worn once. So Peter Mackay rejoining us as well at RSL_studio as well. Hello to Marcel Duke in box 11C for Milner, one of the collective. Dave Love 50, it's Cincinnati, Ohio, just a mere 7,300 miles away. He's got the Barbie on and he's doing a bit of grilling there as well. Had a quick chat with Davey Owema as well from Sportscar 365. He is personally on his first leg of the 48 hours of Dub Toner. Is he not doing Dub Ab Toner? Hurst. I wonder if there's anybody doing all four.
Dub Roar Toner.
He'll be doing Dub Roar Toner, yeah. I'm doing Dub. I suppose it's Dub Dab Toner Hurst for me. Or Rama.
Do Sim Day and Day. Yeah. I'm not sure I was cut up at that point when I said that, to be honest. So you may just allow you to me.
Talk my ear, saying, let's go down to Nick for a quick word, just in case. Hello. Say that again.
No, I was just saying that I'm doing Dub Sim Day.
The Daytona iRacing.
So I'm doing the iRacing Sim Racing Daytona next weekend with my team.
Driving in, Nick?
We're in the Ferrari, which may be a mistake, but the new 499P, because everyone likes it best because it looks nice. I'm not sure it's the quickest, but
really?
I've ceded my doubts, especially about its wet weather handling, because everyone thinks it looks lovely. And in fairness, Darren, who, as you know, is the man who won the Race of Remembrance livery design back 4 or 5 years ago, when we covered that event, has done a very good livery for it. So
who's in the team?
That's what I'm up against.
Who's in the team?
Karen? It's me, it's Darren, it's Naz.
Yeah.
You know Naz?
Oh, right.
J.M.
Who's
Lipman.
raced in this race before,
in the team. Yeah. He's got a couple of his guys in his Sport 21 people in this race. So it's a team. As we say, none of us are sporting the highest I ratings in the world. Though worryingly, my I ratings has gone through the roof recently. And I don't know why. Perhaps it's because of my retirement and the fact that I'm living in Lincoln. That's all I'm doing. But yeah, so we are watching a pit stop, by the way. This is our new cameraman. This is Fabian on the camera. He's replaced Seb. Hopefully he's showing you the Ginetta 495, 7x5 car with Freddie Thompson getting on board. And are they still the leaders in their class in GT4? GTX.
Michael Simpson brought that car in the lead, and it had a couple of laps.
Yeah, they've been having a really good run in GT4, Team CMR. It's very much the Ginetta corporate retreat. You've got Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, Mike Simpson, and a certain Nico Prost.
He's driven for them before, hasn't he? Nico.
Last year, yeah, they've got a completely unchanged lineup from last year. They won in the GTX category last year in a Ginetta, but this time they're in the GT4 spec machine. Actually, they've got Lewis Perry, who works for Ginetta in their race department. He's watching it at home. So, Lewis, hello.
Nick Damon.
Mike, so you look fresh out the car. You look quite fresh, actually. I mean, it must be a bit different. I've been off for the last couple of hours, and prior to that, everyone was coming out looking like a sweaty mess, and you're looking much more relaxed. Has it got easier now in the car?
It's running really well, actually. We had a good start. Lawrence kept us in contention, and then it's just a matter of trying to break the other cars, really. So we think we know where everybody is on fuel. It's quite tight. We've got good pace. Got a great crew of drivers, so lots of experience. So a little bit more push, and then I think we need to just chill off a second or two and then try and manage the car. It's a race of attrition out there. I mean, it's so hard to see the glare. I can't explain in the car. When the GT3s come behind you, they're always 2 or 3 together, and you'd think it'd light up the road in front of you, but you can't see anything. So I just kind of hold my line and give it one of those, really. But
are they dive bombing or are they respectful?
Oh yeah, dive bombing. But the Ginetta has got amazing apex speed, the little GT4 car. So as the race and my stint develops, people realise that actually, let's just wait until the straight. The Ginetta's pretty good mid-corner. So it's good fun. The guys done a great job. It's got nice air conditioning, and fingers crossed we run clean, I think.
Air conditioning, why are you so relaxed? Have you got if you've got a decent DAB radio as well, so you can perhaps listen to us?
I actually had radio problems, so Yorkshire firm, we've not invented 5G yet, but I'm
sure you can find some valves down the back of the tea cabinet, surely.
Yeah, let's see. I've got Yorkshire tea back there, that'll sort us out. But having a great time. We love the event, and thanks to Creventic putting on a hell of a show. 20 years, it's amazing. I think it's my 5th or 6th, and gets bigger and better every year, and it's a pleasure to be part of.
because you were here some years ago, weren't you, with the kind of the prototypes, weren't you? We had a prototype race.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2013, 14, we came with a GT3 car in the Pro-Am class, and been on and off in GT4 prototypes. GTX, obviously, we won last year, so it's a great place to be this time of year, and for me, it's the kickstart of the season. Really look forward to it.
Big season for Ginetta, moving into new things with the LMP3 car, with the new big season with the LMP3 car coming on stream. How's that working?
Yeah, we've had a great year testing. Nico Prost has been a superstar with CMR, and we've worked on a current generation car, then morphed it into the new generation, and really pleased to sign DKR, top team. So we've got an entry for European Le Mans Series. Should have 2 or 3 cars in Michelin Le Mans Cup. So we're really excited to be back in that arena, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has been kind of a 2-horse race for a while. I mean, do you think you can avoid it going the way that P2 did, where it came in an Oracle class? Do you think you can keep it in a multi-chassis environment?
Yeah, I mean, the ACO have welcomed it with open arms. They want diversity. It's such a shame Ades didn't get a car on the grid, but no, we want to come back with a small program, professional program, and our job's to top 5, try and get on the podiums, and we're quietly confident.
I look forward to seeing you at Le Mans Cup.
Brilliant. Take care.
Oh, it's great to hear from that team. They race genuinely. They race with their hearts as well as their heads, don't they?
Ginetta, big time. Yeah, and they're a small sports car manufacturer who build competition cars. They build tractor cars. They build all kinds of things for the true enthusiasts and whatever level you want to go and race at. And yeah, to take on your Ligier, Duquesne, etc. in the European Le Mans Series, that shows real ambition and vision as well. And great to see the Yorkshire firm. And let's be honest, if you've got Yorkshire T, you're going to be powered well. United Autosports, they've always got Yorkshire T in their truck, and Ginetta do as well. I think maybe when we get into the depths of our night stint a little bit later on, I think I might go down and ask for a cup of Yorkshire Tea if they've got any spare.
Oh yeah,
I know I'm from Scotland, I should like Scottish blend, but Yorkshire Tea, they've got it licked, I think.
It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company as night has well and truly fallen. There's a real party atmosphere in the paddock at the moment. The Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, there's a children's play area, and lots of youngsters here enjoying it. Just on the way back from dinner there, from supper, we shared the lift with a couple of locals, and neither of them had been to a race here before, and I said, how are you enjoying it? Loving it. We're going away now. We're going to come back later on. They were heading out of the circuit to one of the many local eateries here. It's just after coming on to 8:30 actually in the evening, but they wanted to come back and see some more of the night racing. They'd been across to the Apex area, the grassed area on the infield. That's been extended. There's some concrete bleachers there as well. There's not an open paddock here this year because it is rather busy, but there's plenty of places that you can stand and look over and see what things are doing, and accessibility for those in wheelchairs. I've noticed a few people around as well. Congratulations to Union Properties, who are the owners of this area. They've really invested in this. There was some thought a few years ago, Peter, that with the city coming out to meet it, that the track would actually be lost and would have to be effectively relocated further out. And that seems to have that rumour seems to have disappeared now. There's investment. There's a lot of new paint around. I've noticed, as I say, those additional spectator facilities. There's some new apartments being built next to the track, and a race club on the other side of the main grandstand. So it's going to be fully integrated into Motor City here. As in the pit lane, Porsche pit stop at the far end of the pits is for the 269 car, and Nick is there.
269 came in a little bit earlier, doing a full service, and we just also been joined right behind them by the new livery for the Herberth car, this kind of like wavy yellow, orange, red and blue. It's all like they've used all the leftover wrap they had. Robert Renau's got out the car comes off the jacks and off it goes, and this is the car you never bet against. I mean, literally they've had their Code 60 concept stylied by the rule change, but still, car running well. 269 has just left as well, so they're both going to go and continue their run
very busy moment there for Herbert, having both of their cars coming in at exactly the same time. There's a driver change going on as well in the car collection, Motorsport number 30 Porsche. And Matej Netz has brought the car in. They've had a difficult time of it to have car collection. They were delayed early on in the race, and they did provide a very useful camera car for a pretty dramatic incident on the outlap of qualifying yesterday, catching the incident between the attempt to Audi, which unfortunately put the attempt to Audi out of the weekend entirely, and actually Hoffer Mercedes were very lucky to escape that one as well. So it hasn't been without incident, that's for sure. I had a very brief chat over message with Ryan Diel a few moments ago, because he was having a massage when I popped into the garage, and he says the traffic is crazy out there, but we've got another driver to find out how it is out there, and that's Robert Renauer, who's with Nick Damon.
Robert, I suppose my first question is, where's your brother?
No, I haven't seen him now. Went out of the car and spoke with my teammates Ralph and Kai. So
how come you're not sharing the car? Why is just one Renauer driving the 91, not both of you?
We are both driving. We added my brother in the end of the. Yeah, we switched the class from Pro to Pro M category, so we added him as a silver driver.
That explains. I see, I've got the official entry list, but that's from yesterday morning. You see, he wasn't in it. And I actually saw him on the timing sheet yesterday. And I thought on the timing screen, I thought that must be an error. But you using the strategy to get the top team. So how do you feel this car's going? How do you feel your chances are in Pro-Am?
For sure, in our class, chances are pretty good. But I think for the overall victory, we need to be a little bit lucky. At the moment, we don't have the pace to match the performance of the leading cars, but it's gonna, like always, it's gonna be a tricky race with all the traffic and tricky situation out on the track. So let's see what happens in the night.
Now, obviously, to us, you and your brother, and Ralph, you are Herbert. But now this team keeps expanding. Now running 3 cars. Is that really where you're going and becoming a team manager, a person who's going to run multiple cars for other people?
Yeah, it looks like. The last couple of years we stepped back more and more, and young guys are growing up, so like Kai van Berlo or Jake Pedersen, these guys are 24, or Thomas Breining, Maurice Schuring, the teammate in GT World this year, so they are pretty fast. Maybe it's time for us to go a little bit on the team manager or team owner side and a chance to the young guys.
But I mean, I take it surely you must much more enjoy being the guy in the car and the guy watching the car on the screens.
I don't care if I'm on the car or watching on the stream. I'm always and crossing my fingers for the best result of the whole team. Doesn't matter if it's our car or the other car.
Well, you've won this race these races so many times in the past. I mean, is there a kind of a critical point where you think, right, we have to be in this position with this amount of time to go? We're not in the top 3 with 2 hours, or is it not something you can predict that way?
In Corentic, so many things can happen. You always need to stay in touch with the front, with the leading cars. If a quad 60 comes out and you're pit immediately before, you're a little bit in the shit, but that happens. So it turns around during the hours, and well, let's see in the morning hours. We want to be close to the leading gap, and then we can see what we can do in the rest 6 hours of the race when it's getting day again.
Great stuff. Thanks, Robert. Robert Renauer there. Apologies for the German mechanics language there. It's unfortunately something that we see from the Germanic team. Never mind. Sorry about that. But interesting, that answers my question about why I saw Alfred's name on the qualifying yesterday, which I couldn't work out why. Because my sheet, John, was printed at, looking for the time now, 12 minutes past 12 on qualifying day. But things change all the time.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
Herbert, they actually have only won this race once.
Incredible, isn't it?
Well, yes. This has been their. I mean, if the fact they've only won it once definitely makes it their bogey race.
What was the year they won this?
2017.
Yeah, that was the year they won everything, though.
They won everything last year too. They won Portimao and Barcelona last year.
Yeah.
If they've only won the race once, that definitely makes it their bogey race. But might that change? Well, they've put a really strong run in, and amazing to hear Robert Renau's attitude there. He's a top pro driver, pro level driver, but he's equally as comfortable being, working in the pits or on the strategy or whatever as he is driving. And I think having that flexibility is so important. Well, 16 hours and 28 minutes to go here at the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and at the moment it's Darren Leung from from Almanar Racing by Team WRT, but he'll also be driving, or also is driving, in the Paradine competition BMW. Stop, and that will shortly put number 92 Pure.
In the pits with some bad news for another fan favourite.
Yeah, unfortunately parked behind the shoulder of Rob Huff here is the car he was hoping to be piloting, which is the big green Bentley. We had an off-air conversation when you came in the pits a while ago about gearbox selection. Is that what's taking it out?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, first of all, huge thanks to Parker Racing, Sean and Michelin for having myself and Scott along this weekend. It's been tough, obviously, but amazing. The Bentley's been going really, really well. We had a great start to the race. Things were looking really good. And then the same electrical gremlin we had last year in the race crept back. And ultimately it meant Max couldn't shift gears. It was kind of doing its own thing. We got it in. We changed a few sort of suspect parts that we knew from last year. And ultimately it just got worse. And we were 14 laps down, so I think air on the caution, on the side of caution, and ultimately, we can make it much worse by continuing, and we don't want to get in anyone's way. We don't want to have a major problem on track, cause a massive crash, and
got to save it, look after it, see if we can get it running stronger.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but you come from you've got a couple of years behind you. Sometimes you think, wouldn't it be just a bit easier with like a stick shift?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, bring back the old touring cars. Yeah, I mean, technology's moved so far. You know, the Bentley, it's an amazing machine. It's a huge crowd favourite. The speed of the thing in the straight line, the noise it makes when it shifts gear, it's just it's an absolute weapon. It's, you know, to drive it just puts a smile on your face, and you don't want to give up on that great British history that we've got going with this thing. So we've got a few things to look at for sure. We're already talking about next year coming back stronger. Whether that be with a Bentley or something else, we'll have to wait and see.
Do you know how long this car is homologated for? It's a big old beast, been around a few years. How long is it? Can you run it in GT3?
Definitely got a few more years left, we know that. I think it's up to 2027 we've got it homologated for, so we can bring it back, but you know, it's so frustrating and it's so difficult against the much more modern cars, the newer cars. The ABS, the traction control definitely lets it down a little bit, especially when it comes to problems. So yeah, I think we're going to collectively sit down, have a chat and see what we want to do with it.
Well, the good news is you get a decent night's sleep tonight, I suppose.
I'd rather be out on the track.
So what's the rest of 2025 got in store for Rob Huff then?
I'm not entirely sure yet. Definitely a lot of historics, some racing with Sean, some racing with Richard Mines at Goodwood. Got the management company with Will Fuchs that's going really well, and got the coffee business as well. So we've got a few things on the go. But driving myself, I don't know yet. I hope to be back in British touring cars. I had a really enjoyable year back in that this year with Speedworks and the Toyota. So yeah, let's see what comes up.
One of my colleagues is very keen on Nürburgring excitement. Are you doing he's asked me, are you doing the N24 Classic?
Marcus Menden has asked me to pilot with him again in the beautiful 964 RSR, so as long as calendars allow, I will definitely be back doing that.
Just got a cheer in my ear from John.
No, that was
Thanks,
me,
Rob.
Nick.
No worries, thanks.
It was P.
Oh, sorry, it was P-Max, sorry.
A 964 RSR?
Not remember it from the classic.
Yeah.
It's the same car.
Oh.
His final stint, it was wet to drive, sliding it around. Oh, I'm even more excited than I already was. Great to hear from Rob Huff there, and the old Bentley, it's still got a few years left in it, but what an amazing piece of kit. It was actually designed by Christian Loriot, who's a legendary rally car designer. He designed a lot of the Pro Drive Subarus in the late 90s. He designed the Focus, which we would call McRae drove, and actually designed a lot of the most recent Houndies as well. Absolute legend of rally car design, and applied that to the Bentley. It is over a ton lighter than the road car it is based on. Just let that settle in. It's a ton lighter than the road car. It's got leather door pulls in there as well, and it was even used as a base as a Pikes Peak racing car. Rhys Millen converted it into a Pikes Peak car, and it was hugely quick as well. The road car actually,
Rhys Millen, as in Rod Millen's dad.
Rhys Millen is Rod Millen's son.
Sorry, Rhys Millen.
Yes, what did I say? I said Rhys Millen, didn't I?
No.
What did I say?
I don't know, but
wasn't that?
That confused me.
It's getting late. So Rhys Millen, son of Rod Millen, converted it into a race car. But the actual road car, the chassis is shared with a Porsche Panamera. So you could theoretically make a Porsche Panamera GT3 if you felt.
Well, you can make anything a GT3.
Yes, you could.
You can make anything a GT3 so long as the road car has been in production. I think it's up until 5 years ago. It might be 7 years ago. I know, by the way, we were talking all things Japanese manufacturers. The last of the NSXs has now been, the last team running an NSX GT3 has now stopped running that car. We know that Gradient are stopping it in the States, and even in the home markets, the last team stepped away. So what do Honda do next? That's a good question. I tell you what then, on the socials, the least likely GT3 car then, series production, go and look the regs up if you have to. So you can't say a 1979 Hillman Avenger, because that's been out of production many moons. So
Range Rover
GT3.
What time are we at now?
It's a bit early for this.
This is way too
at RSL_studio #24H series. Those who've been with us on the Nürburgring 24 down through the years will know that we've talked about weird vehicles for that, and my vote absolutely went to the Peugeot 806, which used to be a Super Touring version of that car, which ran 405 Super Tourer internals, running gear. Well, I've seen another one now, because I've now seen a Fiat Multipla that has been done up as a race car, and I think that's great for the Nürburgring. But that'll fit in a class, you see. If we're talking GT3, it's got to be a car that's a vehicle that would be legal to turn into a GT3 car.
What I would really like to see is the Porsche have built a car called the GT4 E-Performance, which can run pretty much flat out for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
That was an all-electric. That was a battery electric.
Sorry, it's an all-electric car. It's based on a GT4 Cayman, roughly.
I saw Jörg Bergmeister driving that at Rennsport. So did you?
So he did?
Yes.
Well remembered. Yeah. Yeah, that would be very cool to see. I don't think we're far away from it, and I think with the garage, what's it, Garage 59 at Le Mans, I think 56. Garage 56. I'd like to see a lot more of that sort of thing. New technologies, break the barriers, break the boundaries. Would be really, really cool to see. But here in Creventic, GTX, you can bring almost.
Well, yes, but let's because that really you could bring a 1979 Hillman Avenger to that.
We shouldn't give anyone any idea, should we?
No. Ian McCarthy. Ian, hello. Thank you very much. In 2017, Herbert won Dubai, Paul Ricard and Barcelona, plus the 12-hour, or plus a 12-hour in 2017. So those first three were all full 24-hour races. The only other 24-hour race was Portimao, which Praha won. And Josef Kral was...
They won that 3 times.
Yeah. So 2017 was a great year for the only year that Herbert have won this race in its 20th running. And Nick Damon was in Portimao for that race. And why did Herbert not win?
They did win in Portimao.
No.
Because they had a
2017.
Oh, nah.
No, 2015. They had a freak accident with no other cars involved. They went over a curb in the way that Ralph Bond felt he'd gone over it every single time, but something hit it in just the wrong way, and it punched the suspension through the tower of the front.
The suspension top mount.
And it's like, never happened before, never happened again. Yeah, just punched it straight out. Just going over a curb as they would normally. I think it was either turn 2 or turn 3.
Turner did that at Coulter in an Aston Martin once. Amazingly. The first for the cars that should be a GT3 GGA design, with one of Nick's favourites, the Maserati, the latest Maserati super duper thing. What's that called? A GT20 or something like that?
MC20.
MC20.
There is a GT2 version of it.
Yeah.
And Freddie Leinhard has got one.
Of course he has.
Yes, to match with his MC12 GT1.
Or the Gran Turismo, Nick?
Gran Turismo is the coupe. That would be the car you'd probably go for, as a 2-door sports coupe. I'm not sure whose toes you would tread on. Maserati not being part of Ferrari anymore, but I'm not sure there's anything in these. Is there any? Is it actually a good question? Are there any Stellantis GT3 cars?
You're not supposed to leave dead air on radio, but my brain is worrying.
Yeah,
not sure.
Good point. Answers on a postcard, please. Or
brands have you got to choose from?
Lots.
Alpha,
but not
Peugeot.
Yeah, but
Jeep.
Not Nissan and Mitsubishi now. They've got to Honda. Because in theory, I think the GTR GT3 is still homologated for Nissan.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. I haven't seen one for a long time.
I know.
Yeah.
Leaders in the pits with Nick Damon, Almanar Racing with Darren Young, the 777 in for his. Hang on a minute. Let me see. 12th pit stop.
I wish they were with me. They're actually right down the other end, unfortunately, but they are doing a full serving. I can see the suited and booted driver hopping in now, and obviously a complete set of tyres of these new Michelin machines, and he will then turn very sharply left, because there's only the Dragon team who's further down towards pit exit. He'll turn sharply left, and then he'll turn sharply right and into fuel, and at that point he'll go in for fuel couple minutes, and you should find out who has replaced Darren Young in the car.
James C has looked up the Bentley, and Rob Huff's got more good news coming. It's homologated till 2031, that car.
Very cool.
Well, there you go. Jari, who is Kurski Racing, says in their domestic media in Finland, Galle has mentioned that a test may be coming and that he is considering making an entire switch to track racing, perhaps as early as next year. Now, Peter Mackay, PMAC here, is intimately involved in rallying, and that was his international off-road surprise face that I saw there.
Yeah, it was. I am surprised by that, to be really honest. However, Kalle Rovanperä, he has been a professional rally driver. Although he's a relatively young man, he has been a professional rally driver for a very long time. He won the national championship in Latvia when he was 16. So he's been at the game a long time, and it's the thing is with a rally is that you've got the whole recce before it. You've got several days of recce to write the pace notes, etc. And there are a lot of rallies on the calendar. There's 15 rallies on the calendar, so it's and then you've got testing after that, and they are allowed quite a lot of testing. So he is on the go a lot, and we just want to explore things. I mean, he's only 24, but he's been rallying since the age of 8. So maybe he just wants a new challenge, and he's got the car control and the driving ability to really put his hand to anything.
What is the race that everybody wants to do in professional motorsport? It's the Le Mans 24 Hours, and GT3, Le Mans GT3 can take you there now. And if Toyota or Lexus decided they wanted to go and enter the WEC, they would get preferential treatment because they've already got a hypercar brand, and we've seen before what superstar drivers from other parts of motorsport has done, whether it's been recently Mark Webber, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg has won the race outright, of course, whilst he was a active Formula 1 driver. That was impressive. Did that in the F1 break one year. And we've had Colin McRae driving the Ferrari 550 back in the day, subject of a very lovely from the fence from our artist in residence, Neil Gardner. That one was snapped up very quickly. Who else have we? I mean, the list just goes on.
Sebastian Loeb.
Sebastian Loeb, very good.
Done it, yeah. And Kalle Rovanperä, the lineup of drivers he's got with him is a really interesting bunch. But the driver in that car at the moment that Kalle Rovanperä is driving, which is the 969 run by Proton Huber Competition, Jani Kakkila is the driver right now. He has a specially adapted steering wheel that has to be changed at the driver. When they do a driver change, they'll take the steering wheel off and put the specially adapted one on, and Yanni effectively has to drive one-handed. And Carly commented to Sportscar 365 earlier in the week. He said it is just remarkable to watch the onboard and see just how skilled he is. His last lap was a 2:02. That is just off half a second off Thomas Preining's last lap in the lead.
At 969 is a Porsche that you need to write a story on. You know the story of the 969. It was a one-off prototype in 1988, I think, which was the successor to the Porsche 930, but it didn't actually get through and be built. It was a twin turbocharged, top-of-the-range model, and basically it is very 959-y, but it was 969. Wow. And it was built as a styling concept with, in the picture I'm looking at now, it's got 928S rims on it, which I'm not sure worked on that car. But it's a really interesting project. Peter, by the way, is a bit of a star when it comes to writing about Porsches. he will be having his Porsche Spider racing car, but coming out this year.
Here. Can't get
19, looking forward to a great race. And hello to Bullet. Looking forward to a great race. And hello to Bullet Sports Management as well, who are obviously tuned in following Benji Gotha and Optimum Motorsports. Nick Damon has a caller. It's the number 69 Audi and Vasily Vladikin.
But that's not the important one, because just a minute prior to that, the 92, the racing car, the Porsche, came in from the lead. Thomas Preining piloted it. They definitely changed tyres. I'm wandering down here to see if they also did a driver change. It's gone in for fuel. As we know, there's a lot of pace in a new set of tyres, so you may as well put them on. But my guess is normally now, at this point in the day, if they're changing tyres, they are changing drivers as well. But that car came in from the lead and will come out almost certainly not in the lead because of the way the stagger is unwinding for the various front-wing cars.
Yeah, it's back and forth really between the 92 Pure Racing Porsche and the 777 Almaner Racing by Team WRT BMW. If you were to say which car has the upper hand right now, I would say it's the 777 BMW, but it's tight at the moment. It's just that they're on a pretty much split program. One goes ahead as they come into the pits.
Here's the first submissions in should have been a GT3 car or should be a GT3 car. Melvin tweets at RSL_studio, the Subaru BRZ GT300 should be transferred to Europe, become a GT3 car. The base car is a Toyota GT86, base car being a flat 4. Interesting, I could see that working. 2 from Tom Davies. Hello, Tom. Brabham BT62, which does run a GT3-ish pace, or the GMA T33, very low production numbers on those cars. Could Mazda be capable of designing an RX Vision style GT3 concept, maybe a naturally aspirated 4-rotor engine in, and make me badly wish it was a real GT3 car?
An MX-5 GT3, it would be like the new generation Z4 GT3.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Yes.
Hardtop one, the RF.
Mazda are a great company, aren't they? Everybody else is going smaller and turbocharging, and what have they just done for their new Mazda 3 update? They've no turbo and gone to a 2.5 litre, and it still turns out brilliant emissions numbers. Jaguar, oh well, there's a story that want to
go there.
Well, do you remember the Emil Frey cars? Not really a full GT3 car. Nismo GT3s from 2018 or so. Loved the post from Paul Ayling. Things to do. Number 1, get rich quick, certainly before 2031. 2, buy several Bentley Continental GT3s. 3, race several Bentley Continental GT3s. 4, live rest of life in peace. Words to live by, Paul. Excellent. At RSL_studio, #24H series. Coming up to the end of another racing hour as we're heading towards 9 o'clock. I'm absolutely stunned. I've only been away from this race for 1 year. We have got some slightly different camera positions, but particularly in the dark, I am realising how much the surrounding areas of this circuit has changed since I was here, not last year, but the year before. And that is from the neon signs, the advertising, the hotel blocks opposite our studio. There's a hotel block opposite that's got its name all the way down it. I wonder if we could repurpose that as a timing tower. I think that's something that needs to be done. What does that say on there? Danube, that's right, yeah. That could be repurposed as a timing tower. I kind of like that idea.
That would be very cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Thomas Preining has stayed in the Pure Racing number 92 Porsche, so new boots, but same driver for the Pure Racing team. And at the moment, Pure Racing, they're having to almost fight their way back into the reckoning a little bit as the strategy is going back and forward. But it's like fly in the ointment on that one is that the team they're chasing, they've just put one of their hot shoes in. They put Max Hesse in the car, the Almanar Racing team by Team WRT. BMW debuting their brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And if you're thinking, wait a minute, the M4 GT3 has been around for 3 or 4 years. Well, you'd be correct, but this is the Evo package. It's an updated package with a new differential, new anti-roll bars, etc., all designed to try and reduce the tyre wear and to and reduce the brake wear as well. It's got slightly larger rear brakes, to try and reduce that. And at the moment, it looks to be a very strong package. Leading the race at the moment is Toby Sowry in the quite confusingly numbered 991 BMW. That's thrown us off several times. They lead by 41 seconds at the moment, but Toby Sowry must come in, fuel or not, within the next 16 minutes because his the maximum stint time will be over. 2 hours is the maximum any driver can be in at any one point.
Vlad Angel, another manufacturer that's a bit of a left field for GT. Kia, well, listen, Genesis will come. Once they've got their LMDH car, their hypercar, up, running and winning, I have a pretty strong suspicion that will, somewhere along the line, the Magma Halo brand will beget a GT3 version. Heart of Racing in the pit lane. Ian James has brought in the SPS Run number 27 car. That was 12th when it came into the pit lane. No, check that, it was 11th actually. Patrick Niederhaus has just gone through in the Porsche. That puts them 4th in AM. It is an AM car leading at the moment, as P-Max just mentioned. In Pro-Am, it's Herbert Motorsport and Jake Pedersen. They're in 5th position overall. And Nick Damon is changing a tyre.
Yeah, I got called out by the AA to do something a favour.
I could hear the rattle gun in my headset.
I was just turning my head to try and work out who got in to replace Ian James in the harder racing machine, but I'm actually out with a 971, which is one of the 992 cars. That's the Traders Hub Rabdan by Forgenzi engine. I wasn't sure it's a Forgenzi, it's the Rabdan by Forgenzi. That's having a full service. This is a team that has 3 Emiratis, an Indian, so I'm sure he's getting a few cheers from the massive crowd here, and also an Austrian. So it's mostly Emirati team. And it's got easiest back off its jacks and runs in, and away it goes.
We have a fire on the GT Racing Blue BMW out on the circuit. That's caught on very quickly. The driver's out the car, but he's going to walk away from the number 470. This is turn 2, driver's right, and it's Emily de Hees for WS Racing. She's not managed to get the car in gear, but you can't blame her for that when there's flames coming out of the bonnet. It's rolling gently backwards down the hill. This will have to be code 60 very quickly indeed if that rolls back onto the track. We've seen this happen at the Nürburgring. A car on fire rolling down the foxhole, and that is thick black smoke coming from the front of that car. Emily doing the right thing to get it off the track and to get out of the car. And the code 60 spot on. The racing hour is out again for now the 6th time. And my goodness me, that is a huge conflagration.
They were in the lead of their class too. I think they were back and forth with the Ginetta, but that is that WS racing car has got Jerome Blakemolen in the driver lineup, 3-time winner of this race, but that is race over. Oh, great to see Emily get out of that car in time.
Right-hand side of the engine compartment on a left-hand drive car, but Emily spotted that really early. This, in fact, is the 7th code 60. Fire marshals, once code 60 has been called, they will move onto the track over the wall, and what they will not do is open the engine bay. They are on the right-hand side of the car. We've got a fire truck there as well now, which will have more than just a handheld extinguishers. Well, that is very stubborn. That is a severe situation on the front of that car. We're going to keep an eye on that as our intrepid marshals, who have got a rest area close to us. Well done to one of the marshals who's just turned up, who just pulled the kill switch and the engine bay fire extinguisher toggle on that car, and that has done the job. Very well done indeed. He went round to the left-hand side in front of the driver, where the driver would have been sitting on the slam panel. Well done to that. And that is now extinguished, but a very, very scary moment there. If you've ever been in a car, a race car or a road car, when there's any lick of flame, it's only happened to me once. It gets your attention pretty quickly. Nick Damon will watch this. There'll be a bit of clean-up, but I don't think it'll be too long before this WS Racing car is towed away. I put on a flatbed. What's happening in the pits? Was there a flurry of excitement?
There was a flurry of cars, including our leaders gone through for extra fuel. But I've actually grabbed a chat with Saif Al-Mehri out of the Rabdan by Fulgenzi team. Saif, as always, must be great being your home race.
I will be here as long as I'm alive. I will keep racing.
How do you feel it's gone so far for the first sort of 6-7 hours?
A lot of emotions in front of my people, and it's a home race, and we will try to bring it home. As you know, it's a 24-hour race. Anything could happen. For me, I have more responsibility than the others, especially in Dubai, because I'm from this place, and all of that is watching us.
Well, the thing I would say is the race does seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The new organisers, new owners of the track have really put some investment into it. You must be very pleased to see that the race is getting such a higher profile.
It is, especially after the Corona time, the motorsport with the young generation, and thanks for the Netflix and some movies like Gran Turismo. It changed the people and the young generation to look after this motorsport, and thanks for the organizers to let the people to know about Dubai 24-hour, because this is the 20th time, and you can see everywhere the attendance of the spectators. I'm really amazed, and I hope more and more.
So, thanks very much.
Adverts running on the radio stations here, in particular Dubai 92. It's one of the big radio stations out here. The tickets were free. All you had to do was register on the Dubai Autodrome 20 website, and you can still do that, by the way, if you are listening to us in the Dubai or the UAE and watching these very dramatic pictures of the GT Tyres sponsored number 470 WS Racing BMW getting already on the rollback. The flatbed was there very, very quickly. If you fancy having a look at this overnight, the circuit will be open. All the spectator areas are open overnight. We'll run the commentary on the PA overnight as well, straight through till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All you do is search for the Autodrome website, and there's a special part of that for the 20th anniversary running, and put your details in and print yourself some tickets off and come on down. Parking over by the karting circuit, walking through the front entrance straight into the back of the grandstands, and if you want to go onto the infield, you can walk through the tunnel, get over to the Apex viewing area, which is apex of turn 15 all the way back to 14, and there's some new concrete bleachers I noticed there as well on the outside of turn 14, the speedball left-hander. So plenty of racing still to see here. And if you're not here and you're watching this and you're maybe back in Europe and thinking, is it worth the trip? This is a great time of year. Our firework display made possible by the Dubai Tourist Authority, and Visit Dubai involved with one of the cars here as well. And quite frankly, yes is the answer to that. I've been coming here since 2007, even before we were involved in the race, and whilst I've seen an awful lot of change here, what doesn't change is the almost perfect temperatures. Nick Damon is out in the pit lane at the moment, and I've just walked over from there. and it's absolutely perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, but just right, Goldilocks. And it's true though. If you're racing and you're thinking about getting involved in a race here and getting in one of the teams, there's a ride board that's available through Creventic. There are plenty of excellent hotels within half an hour of the racetrack. Some are even much closer than that. Our team staying just literally 10-15 minutes away. It's right in the middle of what's called DSF, Dubai Shopping Fortnight. 2 weeks of very substantial discounts in all of the malls and specialist stores, and there are many malls here, and many more than even the last time I was here. The hotel, the cuisine, their hospitality industry and the beaches are renowned. So for people who don't want to come to the track but might be still wanting to come with, then there's plenty for them to do away from the track as well. So the answer is yes, yes and yes. This is your first time here, Peter, and I know it's been a work trip, but what struck you about coming to Dubai?
I should have brought my golf clubs.
You should have brought your golf clubs. You know you can play golf at night here.
Yes,
there's a floodlit golf course.
That's an experience I've had some great golfing experience, but never that. Next year, definitely. One thing I'd like to say about it's obviously really, really difficult when you see a car catch fire on the racetrack like that, and you think the marshals there, the speed at which they reacted, they've saved a small team. You know, WR's racing a small team from just over the Luxembourg-Germany border in Germany. They've small independent team. They've not got 6 spare cars sitting out the back. That car could have potentially been saved because the marshals were on the spots quickly.
Been talking to some of the marshals here because one of their restrooms, they come up in the same lift elevator as us. 20 years ago, pretty much 99% of the marshals here would have been from Europe, and the vast majority of those would have been from the UK. There was no motorsport culture here in terms of competition or indeed of volunteers. Now, Dubai, Bahrain, Qatar, their marshals are going abroad to new emerging markets of motorsport and helping train people there. It's a massive success story in marshalling, in officiating, in race control, etc., etc. And this could only have happened with circuits like this being built. Obviously Formula One at 3 places now in this area of the world, in Qatar, in Bahrain, and in Abu Dhabi, which will be at Yas Marina next week. The interest in motorsport over here in the local population is bigger. The national championships are interested in coming here if you haven't got the wherewithal to compete, and not everybody has, much like it happens in Europe. If you can't afford to compete, then volunteer and come and help and get involved in other ways. And that's exploded in the last, not only the last 20 years, probably in the last decade, to be quite honest. Let's get back down to Nick Damon and just underlining, Nick, the efficiency of the marshals. That GT tyres sponsored 470 WS BMW has taken the shortcut and is actually already being delivered back to the team.
Yeah, and what Peter said about the fast acting of the marshals is absolutely true. I'll give you an example of how they've managed to stop it. The dive planes are unaffected on the front of the car. You can reuse those. It's melted the bonnet, it's melted the big kidney grill section. There is a hole burnt out the front of the bonnet. Now, obviously, there's a lot of cost in the engine they're going to have to replace. But there is a vast amount of this car that can be reused. And my guess is, and this is if this had been yesterday in qualifying, I reckon they could have got the car back again.
I hear what you said. Yeah.
Because the fire obviously goes up, heat goes up, so it has burnt very spectacularly a hole in the bonnet, and therefore I'm sure all the electrics you need to get around that, the wiring looms. But the actual structure and the chassis, the structure of the chassis is absolutely fine. So they've got to do a clean up. It's obviously game over for this particular event. And I was looking at the fact that it's been leaking fluids. I wonder whether this was caused by something like a broken oil union pipe, which then went onto the exhaust and caught fire. That's my observation, looking what it is.
Where it started, Nick, is the right of centre quite far back. The engine's pushed quite far back, and what struck me there was that was where it was coming out from, very close to the bottom of the windscreen. When Emily pulled over, she obviously realised very quickly, and fair play to her for that as well. The bonnet's just been lifted, and the top of the engine round the plenum chamber where the air and fuel mix, that was gone completely. I wonder if that's been a plenum fire. There's been an issue with fuel metering or something like that has started it, and then it's spread forward from that because it's gone all the way down to the grill, as you mentioned.
Well, I think unless it burnt through the oil pipes, which is less likely because they're metal, I think it's, my guess is, because there's oil on the flatbed, so it's leaking out. My guess is, I think you're right, but I think, as you said, the engine's pressed far back. I think somehow the oil began to leak and therefore went onto the manifold, caught fire, which, as you rightly say, will be underneath the plenum because how far the engine is back. And that's just my guess because of the amount of oil that was sitting on the
Let's have a look at the overall standings with just under 16 hours to go. Under our 7th Code 60, it's the Paradigm Competition BMW leading overall, and GT3 AM. With Ahmed El Hati driving the car. Dynamic in second with the 24 Porsche. They've been there or thereabouts. As is the 777 Almanar Racing by BMW. Those cars are on the lead lap. That means we've got one more car on the lead lap than the last time we were here, because there was only 2 cars on the lead lap before then. Jake Pedersen is the Pro-Am leader in the 91, the normal number for Herbert Motorsport. I just need to see where he is on the track to see if he's actually just on the tail end of the lead lap. I'm not sure that he has managed to stay on the lead lap, or has he? Not hard to see. I'll have to see when he comes. He's going to have to come round in the next second or two, and I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. So he's behind the leader at the moment in 4th position, first car off the lead lap. Then it's the second. Then it's the Pure Racing pole sitting 92 Porsche. SMP Racing in 6th with the number 7 Mercedes AMG, first of the 3 pointed stars on the timing screen. Winward Racing the second. The number 16 car in 7th position. Michael Porter is behind the single McLaren, the Optimum Motorsport car, 8th overall at the moment. Haupt Racing Team's Mercedes number 4, Rima Jafali behind the wheel of the 9th place car, and making up the top 10. Jonathan Hull for Herbert Motorsport puts Herbert with just 2 cars in the top 10 as we're still under Code 60. Let's rattle through the rest of these here. It's all GT3 cars all the way down to 22nd position, and Herbert Motorsport's 3rd car is in 13th position. Hazard T back up inside the top dozen as well. Down towards the bottom end of the top 20, we've got Huber Motorsport, Hoffer and MP Motorsport, Bergterhuis behind the wheel of that car. Outside the top 20, picking out the the 992 leader, Luke Breukers back behind the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan.nl Porsche. That's the number 909 in 23rd position. Second in that class, Chopra Panga has just taken out the number 912 Chair Outdoor Racing car. That car led overall earlier on in the pit stop cycle because they run so long. And third in that class is down in 28th position, Cam McLeod behind the wheel of the number 901. That is the Ajith Kumar Racing by Baz Kooten Racing car. That's in 28th position, and making up the top 30, another couple of 992s, including the AM Racer. TFT Racing is the AM leader rather in that class, and QMMF by HRT second in 30th position, second in the AM. Outside the top 30, it's a mixture of 992s and the odd out of position GT3 down in 35th position, for example, GWR Australia, Glenn Wood behind the wheel of that car, 10th in GT3 AM, 26th in the overall classification, and in 40th positions is So there's Baza Kondo for the 7x7 Porsche 992. Outside the top 40, sorry, I've gone past the leader in GTX, my apologies. Leipzig Motorsport, I could have recorded this and played this in from earlier. The GTX leader is the Lamborghini. That's a Super Trofeo car, the number 710, in 37th position. Let's head outside of the top 40, see if we can get this done before we go back to Green Flag Racing. The 111 Racing, Jake Camilleri, driven IRC car, is in 45th position with that big V8 from GM. Then the Vortex behind it, but just about a lap behind, actually, having just had a pit stop. Gilles Courtois behind the wheel. And then if we go down to 49th position, the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, that is in, where are we? 49th position, I said. That is the Pro-Am GT3 car. Again, out of position for a car that was in the pit lane earlier on for quite a long time. And they've managed to get that car back out. Roman Mavlanov in that car. They did some work on it and got it back out. As we head into the 50s, let's go down to 55th. SRS team Zorg Rennsport had to change an engine on their Porsche Cayman Club Sport, one of the older Porsche Caymans. They started dead last on the grid. They have overhauled both of the Asbest Racing VAGs. The Seat Leon Cup car, the 101, the older of the two cars, now in second place, and is a full 10 laps ahead of the car that started on pole position in that class. That's the 102 for Asbest Racing. Behind that, everybody has had problems and are still in the pits and have been for some time. Razzoon, More Than Racing, Porsche, Team Parker Racing, Bentley. That car, as we heard from Huffy, Rob Huff earlier on, they've been having random issues with the gearbox and various bits and pieces. They've decided discretion the better part of valor. We've not seen the wonderful sounding V10 Lamborghini stroke Audi engined Rossa from Graf Racing for some time. And Team Motor Park, well, they pulled down their door a little bit earlier on. The JBR Japanese Porsche Kiwamu Katayama actually triggered our first and quite long full course purple, the code 60, when he came into contact with another car coming out the final corner and had a very, very heavy impact on driver's right on the front straight, right underneath the sponsor banner there, and he's fine, the car not so. We also had Come To You and the Audi of Tresor Attempto Come To You with a bizarre drive line failure in the diff, and obviously the Audi with problems in the first 15 minutes of GT3 qualifying. Again, contact there, sent that car hard into what was, I think it would have been probably a lot less serious had it hit the arm core, but it hit a drive-through gate which then collapsed, and it was turned around and it ripped off the left rear corner of that car. They are working on that car even as we speak to try and get that car ready for next weekend and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours and be one of the 50 plus cars in that.
I doubt it'll be that exact chassis. I think you might be right. Require a spare car. There might be parts that come off it, which they can use in future. But the extent of the impact. I mean, the car did its job to keep the driver safe. Joby Huang kept him safe. He walked out of the car. Yeah. Massive crash.
Well, that's 160 mile an hour, 150, 160 mile an hour.
Far off that. Yeah. I mean, it's scary.
And there was virtually no slowing down.
No, it was a very quick stop.
Yeah.
But it dissipated the energy, and yes, it's expensive to replace, but Joby Huang will be able to. He'll probably be home by now.
and that's what those cars are designed to do. Exactly. Bits are designed to come off and dissipate that energy. That's a good point you've made there. Hello to Carol Brink, and to Kevin Brink as well, if he's managed to tune in our Coachella correspondent, right next to the Thermal Club. Cars are running there in California at the moment, although the skies are a bit smoky at the moment. I'm told that Kevin's artichokes look great.
Make great tacos in their house.
Oh yeah, great. They make great everything. Great cocktails as well. Hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. And to those
driving to their house next time.
That's a very good idea. I would say to all of those of you listening in the States, particularly with any connections to California, we send you all our best wishes after the terrible scenes of the fires out there in the last few days, the scenes of utter devastation. And we hope you and yours are all fine. Again, some severe property losses. Eventually, I'm sure some of those will be rebuilt. We hope that all of your families and loved ones are safe at this time. And if you are listening and watching, if we can bring you just a little bit of normality and a bit of entertainment, let's hope we can do that. There's been more callers. We can't be too long away from going back. Debris from the track being removed at the moment. Nick Damon can give us an update from the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the major incident was during the rundown was the Team CMR, that's a 795, the GTX Ginetta. That arrived dead stick, no power whatsoever at the pit entrance. Luckily it was pushed down to the penalty box, then it was run down by some very athletic mechanics all the way down. They then did a complete service, changed drivers, and they just put the auxiliary battery onto it, and it fired up. So it's a bit of a weird thing to not work. Just didn't need to change any sort of, like, put a new battery in, just use the auxiliary battery, and then of course they trundled it on down the fuel stop, obviously confident it was going to start again. But yes, it was completely dead, and then it was completely living again. So it's suffering from electrical problems. The 24, that's one of the leading Porsches, the Dynamic GT car. I just need you to check something, because I looked and it was trundling down the lane. And I thought, that'll be taking its quarter. Then I looked again, and a Porsche was leading. But there's so many Porsches, of course, that it could be a different one. But did he actually stop for fuel, the 24? Or did he for some reason just run down the lane?
Changed his driver, I think.
No. He was in the pit for only only for 35 seconds, and last pit time 38 seconds. So no, he.
So yeah, he just ran down the pit lane. I have no idea why.
They couldn't have taken the penalty. So Luke Hartog is back out on the track.
Yeah. Now, whether they wanted to, they just wanted to look at something on the car.
Maybe he boxed.
Because you don't realistically running down the lane doesn't lose you much time under code 60. It's a few seconds at most. But I'm glad I got that one right, because I watched him thinking, that's a good idea, get some fuel.
Then didn't.
Possibly he came in either on his own initiative, or they boxed and then they've realised the fueling was completely full and thinking we're going to have to sit still in fueling.
No, there's no one there. There's like one car motor. It could have been if he'd come in again. It might have been, because it was certainly full the first time round when the code first came out.
Was it very recently, Nick? Because for example, last lap by Dynamic GT 5 minutes and 12, the leading BMW 5 minutes 19, the other BMW 5 minute 20. So is there a quirk there?
Oh, is it a Donington Park lap record one?
Through the
where they found
Could you go quicker through the pit lane? I think you maybe could.
What's the pit lane speed?
Well, I don't know is the pit lane speed 60 as well?
It is.
Is it just shorter then? It's just shorter.
It's shorter. You cut off a bit of the
Let's stop talking about that now. Then
maybe we should stop talking about this now.
Yeah. The 710, the leading of the GTX, is coming into the pits now for a full service. That's all legitimate and everything. Driver change and tyres.
Nick, you need to take a walk down to the start of the pit lane and just make sure that we are right about what the pit lane speed limit is, and it's not 80.
Yeah, I think it's shorter, because the entrance was where you cut off half a corner. But I can't believe
that's genius.
I would think that's something. Well, I think it's something you pull once and you go, sorry, we did. You do every lap.
Save them 7
obvious,
seconds.
Isn't it?
If that is what's going on, and I would imagine even with someone of your journalistic vigour, they might not admit it to you, Nick.
Guess what? They wanted to have a quick look at the front of the car.
Yes. Thought it was overheating.
Yeah. Had a change in visual check as well.
Let me just go and... No, hang on. It says... No, wait a second. It says 40 kilometres an hour for the pit lane.
They've done the calculation to think it's actually still quicker.
It's a 34-second transition down the pit lane. Then they did it in 35. So 35 seconds. And then there's 3 seconds effectively on the end before you hit pit out.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is they did a 5:12 last time by, and everyone around them 5:19, 5:20.
Well, it's easy to work out. It's 5.3 kilometres, so it has to be 5.3 minutes on a Code 60 lap, right? So 5.3 minutes is
20.
5 minutes 20. So
18,
anybody who does
5
more
minutes
than
18.
5 minutes, it'll be a little bit more because it's 5.3 something. They've pitted again.
Okay.
So have a look, Nick.
I'm watching them now. I think they are going. No, he's still trundling. He's still trundling. Is he going for fuel?
No way.
No, he's trundling through. This is they found it. They found a hack.
Was 5:22.
Well, why are they trundling through? Oh, I'm going to go.
5:22 last time around.
I'm off there now.
Paradigm 5:19.6, 5:20.4 for Max Hesse, 5:25. Well, it could be Ant. Yeah. Well, that's good as well. Under 1 minute now to the cessation of Code 60. I just want to say a quick hello to our new producer in London. Rob's joined us for the first time in 2025. So we've gone from our new recruit, our AM driver. We've gone on to our veteran now of Rob. Not being disrespectful to Pete earlier on. That was his first time. He did a great job. Thank you, Pete. Rob in the chair up in London at the moment. Hello to Gareth Evans, who along with Paul is at his desk in the studio modelling, and he's doing Fly's beautiful 148 rendition of the Machi M5 and working out how to correct his paint disaster on the big Mazda. That's the Le Mans Mazda as well.
First brake change.
So back to green flag racing, and whilst things sort themselves out with 15 hours and a half to go, Nick Damon has the first planned service of the race, I think.
Yeah, it's the Lipa, the Lamborghini. We were having that chat about what on earth they were doing in the 24 car, the dynamic Porsche. But what happens was he was still there, and they're having the bump start. He's not working this time as well. But they have done a complete brake change on the front brakes. So most of these cars, GTX and GT3, will require a new set of brakes at some point. We are not really that close to halfway, but they must have calculated they can probably get to the end unless they were planning to do two, and of course doing it under Code 60 is the time to do it. So they have changed the front brakes on the 710, the GTX
and
leader.
Lipa have quite a big advantage back to the next car in class, the 111 Racing IRC machine driven by Grant Donaldson at the moment. It's just taken over from Jake Camilleri, who comes from a family of Mazda dealers actually, but quite a lot of the drivers in that IRC car are actually all owners of Mark racing cars, also a tube frame race car manufacturer in Australia. There's quite a lot of the Mark car guys that are in that IRC team this weekend. So yes, but in that GTX class, definitely Lipa have a bit of an advantage. They can afford to be conservative. If they need to squeeze another brake change in there, they can do it. But back to green flag racing, and it's descended into a touring car race again, as everyone's all sort of bunched up back together and all trying to jostle for position and kind of get back into a rhythm. But once all is said and done, Ahmad Al Harti for Paradigm competition in the AM class car leads overall by 31 seconds from Dynamic GT. That's the blue and white Visit Dubai car. Then it's Max Hesse in the Almanar Racing Team car. He's about 58 seconds off the lead, so they're sort of evenly spread across the podium positions at the moment. And then it's fourth, it's Alexander Malekin for Pure Racing. Interestingly, at the breakout of that Code 60, the teams obviously thought it was going to be a slightly long Code 60, which it was 28 minutes. So Pure Racing have put Alexander Malekin, but as soon as it came out, they brought Thomas Preining out and put Alexander Malekin in, because Thomas Preining is their quickest driver. He was quickest in qualifying, and they want to use all of his maximum driving time. He has a maximum of 12 hours, and as we said before, I'm as quick as Thomas Preining under a code 60 because you can't go any faster than 60 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
So they've decided to try and burn up a bit of driver time there. Paradigm Competition, they're a bit different because they've got mostly AMs in their car. Their shoes is Toby Sowry, the semi-pro graded driver, certainly an air quote semi-pro, but he's graded as that. And they put Ahmed Al-Harti in the car. Whereas Dynamic GT, they've lost half an hour of Loic Hartog driving time there, basically. So back to business, and it's game on here at Dubai in that top three. BMW from Porsche, from BMW, then another two Porsches, then it's the McLaren of Optima Motorsport who've just been sneaking up the order. Now, no non-German manufacturer has ever won this race. In the 20 runnings of the Dubai 24, only German manufacturers have won this race.
Wow.
So even the Nürburgring 24 has had a non-German winner in Ferrari.
They insist it's nothing to do with it being quicker, and they insist it's slightly
So an
slower.
update to Nick Damon in the pit lane. Nick, what's the story?
Yeah. Well, I wandered into Dynamic, and they were very sweet. I had a word. I was chatting with Thomas Kiefer? Mr. Kiefer, anyway. I was chatting with him, and Tom Kiefer. I said, so why did you go down twice? He said, I wasn't really paying attention, driver. So he went and asked his technical guy, and his technical guy kind of smiles and everything else. Said, he goes to me, there was a reason, but I can't tell you. So I went, is that because it's quicker? And the technical guy went, no, it's not quicker, but we had a technical reason we had to do it, and we can't discuss it on the live stream. So there we go.
So read into that what you wish. There is a career in politics waiting for that team, but he says it wasn't quicker, and I think we've assessed it wasn't quicker, or is it at least no quicker? It was, but there was a reason why they were doing it. Well. Will that remain one of the mysteries that when we're sitting having a coffee at the airport on Monday morning think, did they do it, did they not, was that what was going on? We'll have to just keep asking until one of them breaks rank.
I've got a desk lamp here, we can shine into their eyes. Actually, we'll wait till Bradley gets in there. His interview technique is honed from many years as an officer of the law.
He'll get the pocketbook out and is that right?
And beat them with it? Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I see where you were going with that.
He was an upstanding officer, I'll have you know.
He always carries a telephone directory around with him. I don't know why.
The thing is, what I'm struggling to decipher is what was the technical reason for driving down the pit lane and driving straight on through. If there's a technical problem,
why wouldn't you
you'd like to have a look at the car and maybe investigate it. We might never know.
Yeah, very good.
I wonder at the next Code 60 if there's going to be other teams that do the same. If we see another car doing the same, we'll know that the game's up, so to speak. There are some personal best times being put down now as the track starts to cool a little bit. Timo Rumpfkehl for Hoffer Racing in their number 11 Mercedes, a 2-minute 0.165. Also the QMMF by HRT of Julian Hanses, a 203.011 personal best for that car throughout the entire race. Had a great little factoid from our fellow commentator Phil Anson, who said the 974 of the QMMF team is because that's the dial code for Qatar, and likewise it's the 971 Rabdon by Fulgenzi, that's the Dubai dial code.
Yeah, very good. I like that. Yeah, there's a story on all of the numbers in that category, pretty much.
Oh yeah, well the leader at the moment is the Red Camel Jordans, number 909. That's the hill climb car. The Berg Spider was the Type 909.
There you go. See?
Is that my anorak hung up on that quote? It is.
I didn't hear you zip it right the way up there.
Too warm for an anorak.
Like Kenny. Thank you very much. Now you understand, dear listener and viewer, why I invited Peter Mackay to Ren Sport 7, the celebration of all things Porsche racing. It is fair to say that we nerded out for 3 days on television on that, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah, that would be a correct
We were locked in a very, very small commentary box, part of a production truck.
Remember how cold it was in the picture box?
We could have hung meat in there. Our local butcher would have been very happy. Johnson's in High Street, Thrapston. He would have been very, very happy at that. And however, we were kept fed and watered. Very, very good food from Bobby Aitken and the rest of the production crew. And we were fed not only in terms of food and drink, but food for the soul was constant moving pictures of classic Porsches.
And Porsche legends, almost a stream of them in and out the commentary box. They come and chat to us as well. Who do we have? We had Hurley Haywood, Derek Bell.
Yeah.
You had Jochen Mass.
Yes. Hadn't seen
Jackie X.
Jackie X, yeah. Did you do Jack? You did Jackie X.
I spoke to Jackie X.
That was good. That was a great interview.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. Is that them all?
No, Brian Redmond. You did Brian Redmond. That was good. I'll let you do Brian.
Brian, bless him, he's a great storyteller. The only problem is he broke into a brilliant story right at the start of the 962 race, which was a little bit challenging. But it was just a privilege to meet all these great people, and of course the commitment.
Do we have Timo as well? Timo Bernard, I think we did. No, that might have been at Le Mans actually.
But Nick Tandy.
Oh, Tandy came up. Yeah, that's fine.
I think he definitely classifies as a Porsche legend.
Yeah, we'll have some more Porsche legends in our coverage in 2 weekends' time from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Already fixing up some special guests for our Global Broadcast Centre, which will move not next weekend, but the middle of the following week, overlooking another start-finish line, very similar actually in terms of the position, except the cars are going in the opposite direction. We look directly down on the stripe at Daytona. We've got Yas Marina coming up before that next weekend. It has cleared up a little bit, and looking downtown at the moment, as we can do, particularly from our drone shots, the original central business district, if you will, the original city centre, with what was the tallest building in the world, the Burj. Not quite time. We've probably missed its light show for this evening. Over at Festival City, they'll round about 20 minutes time. They'll be there. Weekend fireworks show. They've got a big sound stage there as well in front of the Mall, next to the Intercontinental and the Crown Plaza, overlooking the creek there.
Something has really ruffled the feathers of Loic Hartog. Maybe he's on the radio saying, how dare they suggest that I went down the pit lane to save time. But in the Dynamic GT Porsche, he's taking chunks of time out of Ahmad Al-Harti in the Paragon competition, BMW. Last lap by it to the tune of 3 seconds. So the gap is down to 18.6 seconds. He also took nearly 2 seconds, in fact, just over 2 seconds out of Max Hesse on that previous on the previous lap. And going on this lap by the sector times, Loic Hartog taking even more chunks of time. So by the end of this stint, we could see Hartog and that Dynamic GT Porsche move into the lead. It really has been a battle, Stuttgart versus Munich. It's been Porsche versus BMW all race long, back and forth, cat and mouse. But will we see any other characters coming into the mix? The Optimum McLaren, they're in 6th place. They're just getting closer all the time. They've clearly been paying attention to the Ted Lasso sticker on the coffee machine that just says, believe.
I had Apple TV on an 7-day trial just coming up to Christmas, and managed to binge watch the whole 4 series of Slow Horses, which
it's fantastic.
Thoroughly.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, you
didn't get round to Ted Lasso. Did do a little bit of the morning show.
Excellent as well.
Yeah. I'd seen a few of those on various planes, but they only have sort of 2 or 3, and you get hooked into it, and then you get home and look for it. It's not on Apple, and just another subscription.
You need to do it. Ted Lasso's excellent. Morning show's excellent. Yeah, really top quality stuff. 15 hours and 21 minutes left in this race. We've had a fairly eventful, shall we say, 8 hours and 40 minutes of action. In terms of code 60 interventions so far, we've had 2 hours and 1 minute and 51 seconds to be absolutely precise. 7 code 60 interventions. So that's around, well, it's not quite 1 hour. So there has been prolonged periods of green flag running. Particularly the first stint was completely uninterrupted. And it's just been about who's played those Code 60s just right. Sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's a combination of the two. And one team that are renowned for it is the number 91 Herbert crew, who that is their trademark is nailing those Code 60s. And they had an interesting, really cool colour scheme the last 2 years with the black with gold pinstripes of the Lotuses of the late 70s. I won't say the brand on air because I'll get in trouble. But the 91, they've gone from dark and mysterious to, well, looks like the curtains in Austin Powers' apartment. The 91 Herbert Porsche, it's almost like an art car actually in a way. And it's been driven at the moment by Jake Pedersen, a young American driver who unfortunately had a crash earlier in the week, but they managed to get it repaired.
In style, it looks a bit like the hippie Porsche, but there's more colours on it. There's more different colours on it, but that's that kind of psychedelic 1970s type look to it. Before that, there was do you remember the Apple Computers sponsored car?
Yes. Bobby Rahal drove that.
That's right.
At that, they retired at Sebring, and Bobby Rahal decided to get an early flight home, and there was no flights, and Sebring Airport there was nothing open, so both Bobby Rahal decided to take a sleep on a bench, and there was somebody else sleeping on the bench beside him. Turned out to be Steve Jobs, who was there, of course, watching the car that
he's been driving.
Sponsoring.
Yeah. Looking very, very shiny, that car, considering that we're 9 and a bit hours into the race. The right-hand side is the side that reminds me of the Apple car with all the multicolours on, before they went to the logo that is more used. The left-hand side reminds me of the hippie car because it's got that dark blue and dark green on it. But like I say, it's that kind of psychedelic. The responsible adult had I think it was an Andy Blackmore design hippie car t-shirt that was her favourite, and it literally fell apart. She wore it that much.
The hippie cars, because it was in 1979-17 Longtail, which was actually a Martini car, and Count Rossi was very, very upset with it. It did still have Martini stickers on it, unlike the Pink Pig, which was a Martini car as well, but was not allowed to have any Martini stickers on it.
They just had the Martini, the lines with the Martini logo on the back wings, didn't they? Right at the very back.
The hippie car. Yes, yeah, that's right.
Well, and don't forget the Pink Pig was a Martini car as well, but they absolutely said no, and it didn't have all the wording on it until the race. During the practice and qualifying, it had the dotted lines, but it didn't have all the cuts of meat written on it.
For a car that was pretty spectacularly unsuccessful, it's become a legend.
It has become
the Pink Pig. Yeah.
Well, and the Pink Pig nomenclature came from that car, from the factory itself, and they were not being complimentary about it at all.
Oh, they weren't. The Truffle Hunter from Zuffenhausen, as it was known. But then, of course, the colours, the Pink Pig Mark II did go on to win at Le Mans in 2018 and GTE Pro. So I love the great colour schemes on cars. The 901, the Ajith Kumar racing car, the white with the red and the yellow stripes, I just can't get over. That's a ton of caramel wafer car. They need to switch the white to a silver, and it's there. It's caramel wafer. Into the pit lane, GT4, one of the surviving BMW M4 GT4s. I think this is the We Buy Any phone car coming in.
AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport car, to give it its official title. Out has got Tiger Tari, what a fantastic name, on his belt. In has got the question I've been asking is, has he got tiger feet? That's right. I really love that Tiger Light. He didn't see treading in mud with 2D, so possibly not. And I have to ask him to be lonely this Christmas, just to complete the. So I think, the mud hit. Surely you can get a couple in there as well, John.
Surely they'll be spending the rest of the week up at Ras Al Khaimah, because they were on Rack Records. Mike.
Oh, very good.
Chap.
Excellent point.
Mike Chin and Mike Chapman, and what was Dave Chin? Thank you.
Yeah. Dave Chin. Yeah, so this pink car, which has the home repair network as well as it's WeBuyAnyPhone.com. As always, even though I've been here in the pit lane now for several hours, I'm still surprised about how long these pit stops take because they're doing 5 nuts. So I'm going to go a quick word with Tiger, because basically he's got the best name ever. So you just got out of the car. How's it going?
Say that again?
I see. Deafened by your own car there. How did this thing go?
It's first time in this car, first time on this track, first time with 24 Series. A lot of first time and 115 minutes practice. I had really didn't help a whole lot, but I'm learning.
So your first time on here was in the dark. I mean, how much did you still have to learn when you actually left the pit lane?
I mean, put it
ago?
this way: once I killed the tires pretty early on, at 25, 27 laps, I had to learn how to drive with bad tires, and I did get a little nick with my Porsche, typical. But other than that, just learning, adding to my knowledge base, and nothing wrong with that. Continue practicing, and all good. Good racing.
And how are you enjoying the whole Dubai 24-hour experience?
I knew you guys. I actually bought a car in Europe. I was going to do it in 2020 with COVID. No more comments needed. So it was. I have a race season in the USA. This just was a perfect opportunity to do some of the things I want to do eventually in endurance racing, like the Le Mans and the Rolex. I was okay. This is a great step to get out there. Here I am.
And what do you run back in your home country? What do you run in the States?
I have this. In the past, I've ran Lamborghini Super Trofeo. It's a completely different car, but I have the same exact car coming in any day. So I was going to run a Porsche GT4. Bought the car to realize my torso is too high. Head is by the age is not going to work out. Same issue with the Lamborghini. I was all right. BMW is like a taxi cab, and so I just sticking with that. Obviously, I still fit in the Porsche GT3s and Cups, just not the GT4. So I'm a Porsche guy, but I also have a lot of respect for BMW, amazing cars.
So you've got this GT4. Is your plan to get the Pilot Challenge, or is it a different event to go for?
It's going to be running USA IMSA. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Oh, I'll see you in 2 weeks in Daytona then.
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to make it to VP Challenge. What I'm trying to, if the car comes on time, I'm still hopeful for the Michelin Pilot Challenge, which is the Friday race before Rolex. Worst case scenario, start with the second race, and I'm definitely probably going to come back here next year too. This was definitely a positive so far.
Where's the Tiger? Get yourself a bit of a rest and look forward.
Thank you.
Look forward to the next session where you know where the track goes.
What was the last question?
Look forward to the next session where you actually know where the track goes.
Yeah, at least I figured out the track and how not to kill the tires, so I should do better this next time.
Thanks, Tiger.
Thank you.
The mention of caramel wafer has sent me down an internet rabbit hole. Grey Dunn was the original manufacturer of caramel wafers, a biscuit and confectionery manufacturer in Glasgow in the late 1800s, I think, and they actually invented Blue Ribat. That's a Scottish biscuit.
Really?
Oh yes,
I used to have them at my grandmother's house.
yeah. Well, and that's why I only got caramel wafers when I went to my grandmother's. Although she was born in Ireland, she was brought up in Glasgow, and Grey Dunn was the local biscuit manufacturer there, and they eventually Nestlé's took that over, and
underrated biscuit, a Blue Ribbon.
You think so?
Yeah, underrated, very underrated. Good biscuit.
A caramel wafer is very clever. Nick's just said it's massively overrated, the chocolate's too thin. Well, interestingly, of course, a caramel wafer is the Tunnocks caramel wafer now, which, does it still come in a dark chocolate variety as well, in the blue wrapper, the blue and white wrapper?
It does, yeah, as does the tea cake.
Does it? With a bit of jam in the bottom. That's...
Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
I didn't know that.
Bit of penalty news. The 777 Almanar Racing by Team WRT. That car sits in third place, been leading this race on several occasions. It's just picked up a 10-second penalty for not respecting pit stop regulations, which, interestingly enough, the car that they're in a tight battle with, the 92 Pure Racing Porsche, it's got 20 seconds of penalties hanging over it for exactly the same thing, not respecting pit stop regulations. We don't know exactly where the disrespect was committed, but our hard-working pit team, I'm sure, will get to the bottom of it. The gap at the front of the field is coming down all the time, but to the tune of several seconds a lap. Luke Hartog has brought it down to 9.5 seconds the lead, so really running strong. And interesting, I can't remember which of the Pure Racing drivers it was that commented, it might well have been Harry King, who said last night in qualifying, said that the car is really coming alive. This is the Porsche GT3R I'm talking about. Really comes alive in the night. When the temperature gets cooler, the car gets better. Now, you'd think that a turbocharged car, which the Porsche is not, you would think it would be a turbocharged car that would come alive in the night and thinks it's cooler, but no, it's the Porsche that seems to, in these cooler temperatures, actually get a little bit quicker, and the lap times are getting quicker at the moment. So yeah, just sort of hovering around the 2-minute mark.
Hello to Charlotte Brown on Twitter, doing the socials for Drive Tribe now. Hello Charlotte, good to know you're tuned in. She says endurance racing effectively is a long podcast chat with racing for visual entertainment. I'm here for the Tunnocks talk. Dave Alcock. Tea cakes and caramel wafers are available in dark chocolate variants in the blue wrappers. The richness of the dark chocolates work better for both than the milk. See, I do like that as well. Nick Damon down in the pit lane, Mercedes AMG.
Right underneath your well, our commentary position. I'm getting a go.
Getting
later.
a go. It's not as if somebody's handing.
Well, you're getting a go here. You're getting a go. Well, they are, because you're getting a go down here. I'm handing you the microphone for you to have a go down here if you want to. Anyway, Hoffa Racing, Timo Rumpfgel, he has got out the car. I think it was Carsten Tilke who got in, but don't quote me on that. But it certainly wasn't Chantal Prince and Michael Cross. I can recognise that from a distance. Full service. This car's had quite interesting. After getting very heavily involved innocently in the accident yesterday, which took out the 99 Tempo Audi, normally Hoffa are involved in lots of goings on, but they just quietly turn laps. They're in the pure AM class. They're not troubling the front of the scorers. Where are they in the overall AM class, guys?
In the AM class,
Hoffa Racing number 11.
It's a very hotly contested AM class, actually. The AM leader is also leading the motor race overall by 8.4 seconds over Luke Hartog. So pardon competition, they really have been the standout team. That's Dr. Carsten Tilke, who's just got into that Hoffa Racing Mercedes, former winner of this race back in 2009. And you think Tilke, I've heard that name before. It is indeed. He's the managing director of Tilke Design. His dad, Hermann Tilke, a designer of many, many circuits around the world. But he was a graduate of Munich Technical University, which is the same place that an aerodynamicist called Michael Fadnauer came from, who was the original aerodynamic designer of the Audi A2, which was very far ahead of its time. He was also the aerodynamic designer of the Audi R8,
really clever
R10, and the RS Spider Porsche too.
Very, very clever design, that A2, because the engine was really low down, almost like in a sandwich in the floor. Really, really clever. And they did a tiny little, I think it was 1.5 diesel that did 70 miles to the gallon or something like that, 70 miles to the gallon. A bit of a Marmite car. People either loved it or hated it, and we've got one each in our family, so I can't have one. That's all. I would have one as a runabout. Absolutely.
Our responsible adult isn't a fan of the Audi A2.
I'd have to get rid of a car or two first, obviously.
Anyway,
the fleet there's always discussion behind our fleet. So yeah, great to see Dr. Carsten Tilke. Doesn't do an enormous amount of racing anymore, but brilliant to see him here with the Hoffa Racing squad. The Kroll and Prince family outing. It's always a family affair with that team. You see all of them moving around in the paddock, and they've been long-standing supporters of this of the 24H series, and hopefully we'll see them throughout the season. with their rumbling Mercedes.
Coming down to 15 hours to go, and Nick, did we manage to get any comment from WS, the BMW, about that car? When we saw it being pushed back and they were having a look at it, in terms of the conflagration in that?
Yeah, they were having, the last time I was there, which was when it came back in off the flatbed, they were having a good old stare in it. They'd taken it right back out of the garage. It now so it's actually back in the paddock at the back. Now it's back into the garage, so perhaps they're worried about fumes or unpleasant smoke coming from the fire. They're looking at it now. I assume they're assessing the damage to get the order into to BMW Munich in the morning, a Monday morning, for the spares. But they're certainly stripping stuff down, taking off the obviously burnt bits. What would you like to know about it?
Just if I
can find
knew
out
what started it, really. And how bad the underbody damage is. Sometimes a very spectacular fire, as you pointed out, Nick. If it's all just on the surface and it's fluid burning, it looks spectacular. It goes through the carbon fibre reinforced plastic bonnet, because that melts, and that can catch on fire. And carbon fibre burns very, very hot and very, very black smoke. But actually, it might not have done that much damage. It'll all be down to the wiring, I would expect. Yes,
can you still hear me? Yeah, it's burnt all the plastic and off the top of the cam covers. For example, I'm looking at the alternator, and the alternator is absolutely untouched.
Right.
That sits really high. It's untouched. It sits really high. It's more to the left-hand side. The right-hand side's got of the V8. The right-hand side plenum is been burnt adjacent. The left-hand side's gone completely melted to nothing. But yeah, it's wiring. So if the wiring has plugs which you can get sort of at the back of the firewall, then it shouldn't be too much due in sorting it out. It certainly hasn't. In full technical terms, it's not affected any of the uppy downy bits. So it's. I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's not like that. That engine's not going in the bin. The actual, engine bits are fine.
Thank you, Nick. Hello to Elliot Lindemood. He's tuned in from the high desert of California. Sports car racing, morning coffee and great conversation. So 17 minus 8 is 11. So 11 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? 9 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me, Elliot. Thank you for tuning in. And hope you're enjoying it. Quite a lot of people who are on the Creventic Motorsport YouTube channel commenting on the quality of the pictures, not just what they're showing, but the actual technical quality of the pictures. 60 hertz at 1080p, it is very good quality. 021 long time partners for the visuals here, working with extra cameras, different positions here, and a couple of automated cameras as well, with the team on site and back at Cologne in their production centre, state-of-the-art production centre. For the audio, of course, that's going back through London. Tim Gray and the team, with Rob Lomas on the desk at the moment in the studio. Wherever you're watching or listening, thank you very much for joining us. And a reminder that we're with you next week for a 6-hour sprint race from Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday, and all of the Michelin 24-hour series for 2025 covered live, free, with no blocks or no breaks throughout the season. So all of the European Championship throughout the all the way through to Barcelona. I'll get to Nick in a second, where we can hear a wheel gun not doing what the wheel gun's meant to be, because that's just rattling and not taking the nut off. I can tell that just from the noise. We'll also have the Porsche 992 Endurance Cup race with Creventic and Porsche Motorsport working together at Spa in the early part of September as well. And that was a great inaugural event in 2024. I suspect many more cars and teams and drivers. I was talking to Nick Tandy about that recently when we were sitting waiting for a plane together. Just come back from Petit Le Mans, actually, and he was asking me all sorts of questions. Earl Bamber, similarly, as well. Nick Dearman, who's struggling to get the wheel nuts off?
It's the 795 Team CMR Ginetta G56. They are actually the requirement to get the wheel nuts off wasn't particularly great because they could take the bonnet off without, which they've dived into. This is the car which of course had the fire extinguisher go off a few hours ago, then had this problem electrically about 45 minutes ago, and now it's being stared at. I think it also came in dead stick.
They've got the iPhone torch out. They've got the iPhone torch out on the left-hand side.
Well, we do. I'm concerned it actually might be a pocket torch in the shape of an iPhone.
Why would you do that?
It is. I'm afraid it's not actually a phone torch. It's a torch shaped like a phone rather than a phone. It's close enough. If I said
No. The other guy. The guy who's just taking that. I'm sure he had a phone. No, that's not the one I saw.
I'm not going to argue with the point.
We'll have to get a replay on that.
And they're looking down into the. Yeah, looking down the. They're looking down to the electrics as well on the left-hand side bank, and they are obviously I think they got a misfire or a dead stick electrical problem now. But they may well take off the rail which holds the call. That wasn't very good. He withdrew that spanner very quickly after a spark. So it's got that problem. I mean, you've no idea what what sort of damage is done when those extinguishers go off and you clean everything up. And it doesn't, yes, it's not conductive, but it can get into all nooks and crannies and cause other problems. But they've had in contrast to the Touchwood clean run, the 495, the GT4 Ginetta has had. This one's had a lot of problems, and they're again now suffering an electrical problem. They have got an issue where they're getting the wheels off has caused some problems. Now, interestingly, John, I've seen a lot of people using these electrical drills powered by sort of portable electric drills to try and get the wheel nuts off, and they've all been failing. I'm not quite sure why they've moved away from the pneumatic drills, but it does seem that I'm not sure whether there's something about the way it's running that's tightening the nuts up too much. But I've seen a lot of people struggling to get nuts off these various single centre lock wheels up and down the pit lane today.
We have completed another race hour, and there's now under 15 hours to go as we've just clicked past 10 o'clock in the evening here in Dubai. And it's a very warm welcome in every sense of the word to 2025's motorsport season, circuit racing endurance season, with the traditional season opener being the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, kicking off also a 2-race Middle East Cup for the Creventic 24H series, and starting the full season as well with the European rounds to come later on in the year. And once again, what a fabulous calendar we have for 2025. You just about got there with that. All of the circuits that you have come to know and love in the championship again for this year, starting at Mugello in the middle of March, 21st to the 23rd. Beautiful part of the world. A fabulous circuit for multi-class racing. Then we'll be at the 12 hours of the Spa-Francorchamps, 18th to the 20th of April. Back to Misano at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli on the Adriatic coast, 23rd to the 24th of May. So probably not melting us as it did last year. Back to the south of France and to the Circuit Paul Ricard. That I always enjoy the trip down there. It's a good road trip as well. A great drive up to the top of the hill for the 12 hours there, 4th and 5th of July. And we'll finish late in September, 26th to 28th. That's a week later than it was this year. We had the responsible adult's birthday there this year, last year rather. And that is the 26th to 28th of September. And if you want any more details, www.24hseries.com. Live timing, by the way, for this event and all of them this year, livetiming.getraceresults.com. And you can see what we've got in our booth here. Stack of Michelin tyres being brought here, which Charles from Michelin explained to Nick very well at the start of the race. Unique at the moment to this series, and Michelin a huge commitment to this championship. Nick Damon in the pit lane for the moment has just seen the leader go past him.
Yes, the red BMW M4 GT3 EVA. I've got the right. I want to call it an M3. I never like the fact they went the coupe go to M4. I mean, I know it's all about clever nomenclatures, but that's an M3. It should be an M3. Should stay an M3. That's my level of traditionalism. I'm not having that being changed. I'm pretty sure that actually what happened was that Ahmed Al-Hadi stayed on board. And the interesting thing about that is they did change tyres. Now, changing tyres obviously takes, 25, 30 seconds. But they obviously feel there's more than 25 or 30 seconds in the car running on fresh boots. And of course, I don't think there's any issue with the finances of this team.
That's about 7/10 a lap, every lap. So you've got to get on with it. If you've got those new tyres, it could just be that they're trying to reduce risk as well, because if you try to double stint them, you get towards the end of the stint and the car's moving around, and it just takes confidence away from the driver. So yeah, looking for new Michelin tyres to give you that big grip. And we heard from Luke Breukers earlier on, who just in the 992 class, he just beamed into a big smile when he was talking about just how much grip the tyres have got, particularly in the first laps.
What did it do to the 777 car, Nick, when that came through with Max Hesse? Did that go into the? That must have gone for fuel, did it? That was that
been in for a while.
Oh, okay. No, that was yeah. Okay, so that did. Right. So Ahmed El-Hati, if he did stay aboard, is now in fuel, and it cost exactly 20 seconds to change 4 wheels and Michelin tyres. It was 54 seconds in the pit as opposed to a 34-second transit time. That's not bad.
20, so actually you've got to maybe get a 35 lap stint. So yeah, maybe not even quite 7/10 a lap that you need, roughly speaking. Could just be also a driver comfort thing as well, because if you go to the point where you're getting to the end of a double stint, you're at nearly 70 laps, and you make an error and then it's all done. So it could be a matter of safety as well as and confidence for the driver. It could be driver dependent as well. Of some drivers might be able to keep the tyre in a little bit longer.
What this will do with the 991 BMW, really, for Paradigm, the AM leader, out of the lead now, has dropped to second, and that will leave the 777 BMW as the only car on the lead lap. We'll have that car into the pit lane within the next 5 or 6 laps for Max Hesse, and then we'll get to see whether they change the tyres. They were new last time down the pit lane for Max Hesse. Will they give it a go and change the tyres and save themselves 20 seconds? That's the question. At this time of night, there were some teams saying doubles or possibly even triples for these Michelin GT Enduro tyres.
I wonder if that's necessary or not, because it seems like when you're on those opening laps, the lap time is there straight away. It's not like when you look at saying like Hypercar or GTP, it takes several laps to get the tyre right up to its performance.
But if we're talking about consistency, Max in traffic last time around did a 2 minutes 0.8 against the car's best of a 1:58 flat.
Nobody's been near that since the start of the race. No one has.
No.
I mean, the best we've seen in the last, certainly since we've been on here in the last 2 hours,
2 minutes laps.
No, it was just 1:59 from Luke Hartog.
Yeah.
But that's on brand new tyres.
Right, let me find somebody who's just put. So Luke Hartog on brand new tyres did a 2:02 last time around. That was his
traffic.
That was his second flying lap. 2:01 from Mikhail Porter for Optimum in the McLaren. 2 minutes flat for Vitaly Petrov in the SMP Racing AMG Mercedes. More 2:01s and 2 minutes. Victor Schuyler for Winward doing a 2 minutes flat, 2 minutes 0.9 actually. What's the Aston Martin that's catching back up again? That's the EBM car. Munkong Sathin Thirakul behind the wheel of that car. He did a 2:03. He's on 23 lap all tyres. Hesse with a 2 minutes 0.889 to back up his 2 minutes, 0.8, whatever it was I said last time around, on 30 lap old tyres. That's impressive by that BMW, by Max Hesse, and by the tyre.
And by the new BMW GT.
Indeed so.
Because that's exactly what they're wanting to get out of this car. The one of the drawbacks of the first edition of the M4 GT3 was that it went through tyres quite heavily, and that's what the big development goal behind that car has been, is to get that tyre life better, and it appears like that has been achieved. A 201 flat there for Max Hesse, so yeah, he's running very consistent times as well. It's not the up down, it's the consistency that's important.
He's just going through turn 3 now, and right ahead of him is the second place car of Alexander Malikin. He's about to put him 2 laps down here, so in the headlights of the leader, watch out for Pure Racing, the mostly white Porsche, number 92. They're heading on to the back straight now. Just ahead of Alexander Malikin is Vitaly Petrov for SMP Racing in 8th position, already nearly 3 laps down on the leader. Now, again, the pit stops are not exactly the same in terms of the strategies. Don't worry about how many times they've been down the pit. It's the last time they were in the pits. Alexander Malikin is on his 28th lap, and Max Hesse is on his 31st lap on the sets of tyres that they are racing at the moment. In 3rd, Jake Pedersen for Herberth Racing is on his 24th lap. Behind that, we've got Luke Hartog on just his 4th lap out the pits, and Ahmed Al Hati for Paratime BMW on his 2nd lap out of the pit lane. So all of this is important. At track position later on, remember, with no safety cars to pack up and no wave buys, that's interesting. A little bit of wrap, vinyl wrap on. Now that is the Audi. It's RT car, is it? Yes, it is. So that is the Bert Longin number 21 Haas RT Audi in 5th in GT3 and 13th overall. Left rear just fluttering a little bit there, but I don't think it's bodywork. I do think it's just the vinyl covering. Where are the leaders? And more at the point, where is the number 92 car? 92 has now been passed, has it? They are so close together on the circuit, I can't see 2 numbers, but I think that Alexander Malikin has just lost another lap as they're coming through turn 9 now. I might be able to pick them up going on to the back straight.
Yeah, Max Hesse was just putting in such strong pace. It was a tricky lap there for Alexander Malikin coming through traffic. Likewise for Hesse, actually.
Yeah, he's
but
gone
still 3 seconds in the favour of Hesse. They've just come through sector 1 almost together. So yes, and that is they are on the same strategy, because the Malikin's done 29 laps on his tyres, Hesse 32.
We've got on the track at the moment, coming to turn 12, the number 7 Vitaly Petrov in 8th position. Behind that, the number 77 Munkong Sathin Thirikul for EBM, and the 777 all together, 77.7 and 77.7 and 777, all heading to the speedball left-hander at turn 14.
And that is a lap down, so the 777 is now...
Yeah, he's gone through, yes, as I said, yeah.
Exactly, so it's but it's a long race. Remember, Alexander Malikin is the bronze graded or AM graded driver. Max Hesse is he's either a gold or a platinum. He's a pro driver. So the thing is as well, you've got to put in the right drivers at the right time. So Alexander Malikin is doing exactly his job. It's been on the entry list. Max Hesse is listed as a semi-pro, but I think that's an admin error, because he's an FIA Gold at least.
Oh, there's a turnaround at the far end of the circuit, and the Haas RT car was hit there. Number 21, and was that the 69 car?
Yeah, Michael Laboda in the Continental Audi getting into the side of the Haas RT machine. Oh dear.
That might be a penalty. They were not battling for position, with Michael Laborda in 20th position, 8th in ARM, and the Haas RT Bert Longin 5th in GT ARM and 13th overall. Now, here's, this is the conundrum here with drivers of differing ability and speed potential on the track in cars that are very similar in terms of what they can do, and you have to be respectful. We heard this from a number of drivers earlier on, that generally speaking, but there will be times when the AM driver is out there and he's not racing the cars around him, even if it does appear to be for position, because he's racing the guy that got out an hour ago or will get in 2 hours hence. Now that will be looked at, I'm sure, by race control. It was picked up on the live feed here as well, and Bert will be absolutely fuming. That cost him 14 seconds, that half spin at turn 12 on the far side of the track.
It does look, though, that the car they've not lost any pace. They're on the pace, so that means that there's been no. And
the flapping body, the flapping vinyl was there beforehand. We mentioned that.
Yes.
And in fact, that was the other side. He was hit on the right-hand side.
Yes. So it's definitely, there's no problem with the pace. So that's good for Haas RT, a real stalwart of the 24H series paddock. Yeah, just confirming, Max Hesse, your race leader, he is an FIA Gold, so he cannot be listed as a semi-pro here. I saw that on the entry list, but that's a mistake.
Yeah. Alexandra Malikin going through in pure racing and is now a full lap back on the leader. So he's a lap and about where's the 92 gone? He's a lap and 2 corners. The leader has gone through 7 and comes to 8 now, and the second place car, Malikin, is a couple of cars and a corner and a half or so behind. Having said that, the leader's got a lot of traffic ahead of him and has still not got past Vitaly Petrov. That's because Vitaly Petrov did a 2:01.3 last time around. Max Hesse in behind him at 2:02 flat.
Petrov is flying.
Yeah.
He's been really, really quick in this stint in that SMP Racing Mercedes, which is being run by the Haupt Racing team. Yeah, he had a 2 flat a couple of laps ago. So Vitaly Petrov,
only 12 laps on his tyres. He's relatively early.
A big difference. Yeah, that was his 8th lap on the tyre. He's hit that really quick time. So yeah, former Formula 1 driver, of course, raced for Renault. And who can remember the 2010 season finale where Fernando Alonso in a Ferrari could not get past him?
Well, you could say that Vitaly Petrov was the father of DRS. Because of him and that last race, that's how we got the pass flaps into Formula 1.
I don't know if he'd like that, if he'd like that or not, but it does mean that Fernando Alonso could not get past him. I remember that race in Abu Dhabi vividly. That was Sebastian Vettel's first World Championship win, first of 4 in a row. Good memories.
Are we taking some of your time, Johnny? Or you are half past? I've forgotten my own rota. I've been so encrusted. Okay, let's do a change in the commentary box with 14 3/4 hours to go, and welcome back first of all to Phil Anson, who joins me to the left-hand side. Just before Johnny takes over from me, Phil, a comment from you, if you would, about what we've seen in terms of the attendance here. Now, obviously, our film stars had a bit to do with that, but there's an awful lot of more locals than I've seen here before, and also about the investment in the track that the property owners have done. I see a lot of new paint. I saw some new bleachers on the infield when I was over there as well. There's been some new concrete laid to make viewing areas over at the outside of turn 14. This place was under threat not so very long ago.
Indeed it was.
Is that threat now has it seceded? Has it dissipated at least?
I think it has dissipated, John. Union Properties and the management here at Dubai Autodrome have been on a mission for the last 3 or 4 years to make the visitor and racer experience much more pleasurable, and they've invested a huge amount of money in this place, especially with the new grandstand at turn 13, and down the end of that you can see right from turn 3 all the way down to turn 10 and get them coming up through the bowl. Lots of investment around the circuit as well, as John said, trying to, we are in the desert. How do you make this beautiful? You put some greenery in there, and then we've got the Apex Garden, which is growing more and more every year, and thank you to Dubai Tourism UAE and Dubai Tourism has done a fantastic job of publicising this event. And it's really showing this weekend, because we've seen a massive crowd here. And Joe Bradley has some news for us from the pitch. Joe?
Yeah, you actually think that we are busy. This is Christian Bermudez. Now, Christian, yes, you're not happy just running one car here at the Dubai 24 Hours. How many are you running here?
So, you see, previous years we've been doing this since 2019. Okay, so with HRT we find that our collaboration is really good because we have combined the experience from the both teams, and you see we have something very special now. PRP means Professional Racing Programs. This is when we like to work with drivers, not just to invite them to race. We have find a formula. The formula is, once you have a driver that wants to be in an endurance race, this is called dedication. When you have a driver with dedication and a team that has experience, we can say that we can have discipline. And this is what we need for endurance, discipline. So when we find drivers with this commitment, we like to put it together because discipline makes it happen. So we usually commit now because our formula grows. So this is why we have 4 cars. We like to
four cars, everybody. 4 cars.
4 cars
with 4 drivers in each car.
Yes, 4 drivers in each car.
Wow. So Christian, your job is to be a nanny, a psychologist, a mother, and all of those things in the weekend with 4 drivers per 4 cars.
And I will tell you, endurance is passion. This is a family. I like to invite all the drivers to be on this family. And as a family member, I like to show people the way. I just don't want you to come here and, let's go race, go home. No, let's build the trust. Let's build the discipline and make it happen because endurance needs that.
So, Christian, tell me, do you find the drivers or the drivers come to you? Because do you go across the road to the kartdrome, for instance, and find the kids in karting and then bring them into the program and into endurance?
At this moment, we have started for 2025 a karting project here in the Middle East. So it's a little bit about things, Once you manage to do things good, we always want to be in the good side, So once we have these drivers that come to us and we can come and share with them, it's a win-win situation. We both come at the same place. We are in this autodrome, which is the home for racing. So there is a little bit of both. Once they come and they bring another drivers, we talk about it. We show them our family. We show them our collaboration. We show them our perfection. And as you see, one of our perfect example is the QMMF car, which is all the Qatari cars. So they found they bring their dedication to us. With our passion, we found discipline. And with discipline, we have been able to show the results, which have been really good for this year.
As a customer driver, you can make so many mistakes. You can spend a lot of money with the wrong teams. I suppose being a part of your program will help with that. You don't have to make those mistakes. You can place them in the right teams.
Correct. The idea is to learn from our mistakes. So we had made the mistakes, which we already solved everything. That's what our formula combines very good. Drivers come and say, oh, Chris, I had this problem. Okay, let's work it out. Your passion with our dedication will make this mistake a minimum. Of course, everything has a margin of error. But if we both put our brains to it, we can solve it. It's not, oh, my team is the best or you are the best driver. No, it's let's put our mistakes together so we make a nice and smooth line.
You learn from everyone's mistake. 20th running of the Dubai 24 Hours. How are your 4 cars doing in this event?
At this moment, we are really good. We have occupied the first 3 places. So I think we have a promising race.
You have. The program is working. Well done, Christian. It's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Long may it continue.
And thank you for welcoming us in this big family.
Yeah, long may it continue. And you're right, we are one big family.
We are.
Crazy family, 24-hour racing.
Non-stop. And after this, we're hitting Jazz Marina for 6 more hours of full racing.
Exactly. Thank you, Christian.
Yeah,
great
not
to meet
just happy with 24. They're going to go for the full 30 spread across 2 weekends. I'll be honest, kind of peer behind the curtain, we were invited by Creventic to go and talk to Christian, and Joe was given the instruction to head to their garage, and I'm so glad we were, because we wouldn't have known Christian otherwise to necessarily have a chat to and to know the background, and what a great communicator he is to start with. I'm not surprised that project's going so well, Phil.
Indeed, with 4 cars here and building another team out of the kart drome behind us, that is really impressive. He's bringing up young talent to put in the HRT family of cars now, the QMMF by HRT, plus the 3 other HRT cars that are running, which have all AM driver lineups, which means they get the AM advantage, 50% fuel under code 60. So they've done their driver categorisation incredibly well to take advantage of that. And they're quick drivers as well, as we've seen on the leaderboard. So it's still a long way to go, 14 and a half hours yet to go. They can still move up, but with the passion behind the drive between HRT and what they're doing in the Middle East, full credit.
And another name, a team name synonymous with this part of the world, is Dual Racing by Huber this year. Phil Keane now at the wheel of the Mutran car. So Nabil, Ramsey, Sammy, all competing in that Dual Racing car again this year. Theo Overhouse they've invited to be as part of the team, and he'd bring back Phil Keane after he had a year away from their outfit last year, but had been regularly part of their driving squad up until 2023.
Just on the outside of the top 3 in 992 at the moment is the 950 from Dual Racing by Uber. The guys, the Mutrans sat it out last year. They didn't do it, and I did ask them, because they were here at the race last year, and I did ask them why, and they said we didn't get the right package time to get the right package together. We won't do it unless we've got a chance. And this year with racing with the Christoph Huber stable, and we know how experienced that man is in setting teams up. Winner of the Porsche Super Cup on multiple occasions, so they're in good stead at the moment. Still a long way to go, and they can creep up that leaderboard.
Definitely, it won't take them long at all to remember what they have to do, even though it's been a couple of years.
But they've got so much experience. They've been racing here for many, many years. You don't forget this circuit.
No.
You're just in a different car and a slightly different setup, new Michelin tyres, and everybody's got used to it, and it's great to have them back. They race in remembrance of their lovely father, who I spent many years chatting with in the paddock, and he's always here with us in spirit.
Almanar Racing by Team WRT continue to lead. Max Hesse now at the wheel of that Belgian run car. 231 laps completed. From Alex Malakin, the defending World Endurance champion for the new LMGT3 category. It was Pure Racing that took that title along with Malakin, and indeed Klaus Bachler, who's here racing but not in that car. He's in the number 24 Dynamic GT lineup, in fact, and he's had a go at leading the race as well. 24 currently in third place with Luke Hartog, and in fourth it's Ahmed Al-Hati for Paradine Competition, the BMW number 991 car. Optimum Motorsport got their McLaren up to fifth, I noticed, with Michael Porter in the number 33. So GT3 non-Pro-Am cars occupy 5 of the 6 places in that top section. Let's get back to Joe with another update from the pit lane.
I was just standing there listening to you, Johnny, and I'm standing next to the car number 69. It's the Continental Racing with Simpson Motorsports, an Audi R8 in the GT3 class. I think it's running about 9th or something, I think. It looked like an innocuous run-of-the-mill pit stop, and then just as the car was about to be given the wave on, the mechanics went to work. He told the driver to shut it down. It's 19th, by the way, not 9th. Shut the car down, and the car's gone up on its jacks and being wheeled towards the back of the garage. So I'm not quite sure what they found, but it may have been something that they found on the data or something. But we'll check it out. But from 19th, it's gonna start dropping places by sitting here, not running round on the track.
That was Michael Loboda who brought the Audi in. Continental Racing entry, nothing to do with Bentleys, by the way. That's an entirely different outfit.
Yeah, UAE-based team. They've got 2 cars running under the Continental banner. They've got the GT4 Supra running as well, which some of the drivers who have moved up into this Audi. He's been running that Audi at our local meetings as well to get a handle on it. He did a couple of races in Europe. The team did a couple of races in Europe. As if you're watching on the live stream, you can see the guys going to work on that front left corner of the Audi R8 and just trying to sort things out there. But Continental came in, they won the GT4 category last year here at the 24-hour. So they've got some credibility, and it's a shame to see them having to work around the front of that car. We've still got 14 and a half hours to go. They've got time to get back on.
Yeah, let's hope that they can get a fix of some description so that they can get as much running in as possible. Now, the other car is aligned with... Is it TTR?
TTR,
Racing?
yeah, Track Time Racing, local team based here. They run in the Radical Championship. They run some Clios as well in the Clio Cup. Run Hill Taniju is run by TTR, which is Track Time Racing.
Okay.
And they are very successful. They won the Radical World Championship a couple of last year at Yas Marina Circuit, the first time it's been held down there.
Nice.
And one of their drivers, Alim Geshev, who's racing here this weekend, won the trophy. They've got the #1 trophy there from a locally based team running about 6 Radicals. So well done to Craig Thompson, the head honcho at TTR, for putting the teams together. And they've got a much more amateur driver lineup in the GT4 this year, getting some drivers up to speed.
So Joe's been to visit the car at least, and you've got a driver to shed a bit more light on the situation.
I've got the driver, Michael Loboda, who brought the car in. Michael, everything looked fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't fine.
Yeah. The pace was fine. I get 2.0, 2.01. It's a really good pace. But one moment I have contact with other Audi, with pro driver. He closed the door and spoon after me. But it's little bit touch. I think it's not reason. We have a problem with radiator now. I think something from other cars go to our radiator and we have some problem.
Right. I mean, you guys were having a good run. You're in 19th. That's a pretty good effort considering how many cars. There's 33 cars in the class. You guys were right in the middle field there, and that's a shame. That's going to put you back. But what does that make you think as a driver to push back?
I don't understand it. Because...
All right, you're going to have to push now that you're dropping time.
Yeah, we have to push to, I don't know, we're fighting then after rebuild the car.
Okay, Michael, that was great interview. Your English is fine, sir. That is fine. Thank you. Bad luck on the 69, of course. So it was a radiator problem, nothing to do with the impact that he was described to me earlier.
Yeah, easy to pick something like that up. There's a bit of debris here and there. That's the nature of a 24-hour race. You get just natural debris because we're racing in the outdoors after all, but also the accumulation of maybe tyre pickup or a little bit dropping off a car here and there. The marshals can deal with larger pieces of debris, but in this darkness, if no one's reporting anything, no reason to throw a code 60, and it's very easy to puncture a radiator or indeed a tyre just through bad luck. The Labodas, there's a Yuri Laboda as well, who's Mikhail's brother, not competing this weekend in this race, but comes from a good racing stock. And let's hope he and the rest of his driving crew can get back out again. That looked to be a very late call for Max Hesse in the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, but the race leader, I don't think I was misreading that, treble 7. It's the right BMW, isn't it? I can't tell now because it's just a blaze of headlights.
Yes, he is in the pits. 42 laps on those Michelin tyres.
And the first job is to call by the penalty box.
10-second penalty to be served, and that'll clear the penalty list up from the Almanar racing team.
And it is a team member from Almanar Racing who's had to go down there and count that through, I think. Or is it one of the race officials that stands by your car and counts you down?
Well, I've seen both happen.
Okay.
I've seen people down there with the stopwatch on, and I've seen the official just do it all by himself.
It's one less thing for the team to worry about. Obviously, they've got to get the radio message across to Max to say, do not miss the penalty box, because you get, did you say it was 2 hours to serve?
2 hours to serve the penalty.
From the penalty being issued.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is very reasonable, to be honest. I mean, there are perhaps other championships around the world that might be able to learn from that. It's also, it's deliberately meant to be a penalty that can be served during a normal pit stop. There are some penalties elsewhere in motor racing that are exclusively just that, a stop-go penalty, for instance, and it's meant to be quite draconian, whereas here, if it's been a minor infraction, why not do it whilst you're servicing the car, should I say.
Work going on the Lamborghini, the 710 running in the GTX, currently leading that. Gerhard Wertzinger was at the wheel before that came into the pits. It looked like that's had a bit of contact, a bit of million mile an hour tape going on the front left of that beautiful looking Lamborghini. So thanks, Joe. He has stayed in the car, so it looks like he's going to double stint that, as they're really trying hard to get that bonnet clip down. So a little bit of work going there on the pointy nose. Bit more tape will go on.
So Gerhard Wertzinger, the very German-sounding American, he's driving with compatriot Don Yount, and then JJ Song, who we commented a little earlier on being on at the wheel of the 710 Lightbert Motorsport Lamborghini. That was still in daylight hours when he was leading the GTX division, and they are still there. Very difficult for the other GTX runners to unsettle that Lamborghini, despite the running repairs that have to take place.
Well, they've got 6 laps over the IRC GT at the moment, so they can take their time, do this properly, so that nothing falls off, as that million mile an hour tape continues to be plastered over the front and taking away that beautiful paint job on the... Yeah, exactly, Joe, you're going to have a chat to them about that.
Very disappointing, and they haven't really sort of made it blend in with the car livery as well. Where's Brendan? Brendan! Let's have a word. I've got to say, we're disappointed there was no blue tape. We're very disappointed there's no blue tape. Black on blue. Great job, effective job, but aesthetically very poor, I've got to say. I'm going to have to mark you down there for life.
Yeah, I think it's minus 10 points or a drive-through penalty, right? No blue duct tape.
I'll go and have a word now. No blue duct tape. You've got a blue card, no blue duct tape. Do you have any idea what that damage was caused to the bonnet clips?
Yeah. I think Gerhard had a contact with the car. Maybe, late in the night, just one of those things. So busy out there and really tricky in the dark. I think the headlights on the cars are so bright, so it's very tricky to get perception of the depth and how close the cars are. And I think he just made a mistake. So just one of those things.
Are you supposed to be lying down in a dark room, seeing as you're not in the car, instead of strutting around in your shorts and t-shirt?
No, I just did a double stint. Got a wee back rub, and I'm about to put my suit back on for another double. So.
All right. So when are you due in? About an hour or something?
50 minutes I'll be in the car, so in 2 hours, and then I can have a sleep after this.
That's why you feel wide awake.
Yeah, that's it. I just had a cappuccino. So
have a word with Lightman about that blue tape, will you? I mean, it's gonna kick off on YouTube. I can tell you, Brendan.
He's pretty handy as Brendan in a Lamborghini. I'd forgotten temporarily that he was the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion in 2023, and there were some really great drivers.
And he won the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final in Pro-Am in 24.
Oh wow!
So he is very experienced in steering a Lamborghini.
Indeed.
Yeah, and going in to do another double stint, capitalise on that lead that they already have.
I mean, Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing meant to be sprint variety, and quite clearly is. You know, you cannot afford to think about strategy. There's no space for it. Whereas here, a bit of recalibration of the brain is necessary. He's still going to be hard at it, though, for a couple of stints, and it doesn't really matter what time it says on the clock. Here in Dubai, if you're elsewhere around the world, it's coming up to 20 to 11 in the evening. We've been dark from... What time was sunset? I didn't take note of that.
Between 5:30 and 6, around that time.
Okay.
And it was pitch black at 6:30.
Yeah, well, it happens so quickly, as you've already made the point. The sun just drops away from the skyline and disappears for 13 hours or so. Not going to see that again till 6 minutes past 7 tomorrow morning. And that ties in quite nicely, we were saying earlier on, with 6 hours to go then in the race. And psychologically, that's a massive step.
It's the third stanza of this race. You have the afternoon stanza, you have the night stanza, and then you have the run to the flag stanza in daylight. And that's when everybody gets that second wind and ready to go again. And it's a long way away, as Brendan just said, but he's going to get back in for another double stint. Wow.
But at this stage, you're just thinking bit by bit, aren't you? You're just, if you're about to get in ahead of a double stint, then that's manageable. 2 hours, it's a long time, and the body's going to take some punishment, but you can think, well, I can get through that, and then I hand over to my co-driver, and they might do another 2 hours, and just walk your way slowly and surely through the race.
I think it's the same with the team managers. They reset at when the sun comes up, and they look, okay, what have we got to do to get places now?
Yeah.
Where are we at? What can we do in the remaining time, the remaining 7 hours? Because that is a long time in a motor race. Lots can happen in that. Just picking up that Loic Hartog in the dynamic Porsche has got back into the lead, 39 seconds ahead of Ahmed Al Athi in the Paradigm competition car, who's 59 seconds in front of Alfaz Al-Zabar in the team Almanar Racing. So it's still tight at the top, and we've seen this ever since we started this race. These top 6 or 7 teams have just been swapping positions. It's a couple of Porsches at the top, it's a couple of BMWs, but as you said, there was the McLaren from Optimum Motorsport is slowly creeping his way back into real good contention at the moment. Harry King just on an outlap from a pit stop in the Pure Racing Porsche, and currently running 5th in GT3. He's a couple of laps down on the leader at this stage, but I'm just looking at Loic Hartog. He's doing 2:07s, right? Seriously, he's got 19 lap-old Michelins underneath him, and the next driver behind him is doing 2:03s. But once again, we have to take that into account, that they will deal with traffic at different times.
And isn't it terrific for the official name Sultanate of Oman to have 2 of their drivers in the top 3 of the Dubai 24 hours this far into it? We know all about Ahmed Al-Hati for Paradigm competition, but then in the other BMW, the Almanar Racing by Team WRT car, as you said, Al-Faisal Al-Subaya has just taken that car over from Max Hesse, and the Omani flags looking resplendent on my timing screen in those 2 positions in behind Dutchman Loic Hartog. And the BMWs really benefiting, it would seem, from this evolution pack. The first time we've seen it in proper action, but those BMWs are very neatly placed. One in the AM category, one in the Pro category within GT3, and looking strong. 3 cars remain on the lead lap.
Well, I'm just looking at what happened yesterday with the change in balance of performance with the Porsches, the GT3Rs. They got hit with a 20-kilo ballast for today's race, on top of their 30 kilos that they already carrying for being a GT3 car. So obviously they look really quick in the in qualifying, and they've been brought back to the field, but Dynamic with like Hartog at the wheel is still lapping in 201s, two flats on 20-lap old tyres. So he's getting a very good run in this car. But we had probably 15, 20 minutes ago when John was on, there was a whole heap of Porsches. There was at least six Porsches in the top 10. And so as it changes around, as the strategies unfold, they're just swapping backwards and forwards. And this has been a continuous thing since we started, Johnny.
The other thing is, for Mercedes fans, it's starting to look a little brighter. There are 3 now in the top 10. The highest position one is in 5th spot for SMP Racing and Vitaly Petrov. However, now a drama right after turn 16 for the Neutron Porsche. It's Nabil who took over from Phil Keane in the last pit stop, and a spin for the 950. Now, we've had a very nasty spin and crash for a Porsche Cup car really early on in the race. Thankfully for Nabil, he kept it out of the wall there and is able to continue on without a scrape on the car.
I think he must have lost that around midway around the corner, and he's just turned it tighter to get into that gap before the Armco starts. And he's just backed it in there nicely. That's track experience.
Yeah, that's track experience entirely. They might have been away for a year, but they know all about when it does go wrong, how then to deal with it and try and not make it worse. So
well, he's got his brothers to deal with if he does something really bad.
They'll be waiting on the front of the carriage.
Don't want to get involved in that family argument.
Yeah. Fist in palm, rather, just ready to go. What have you done? But no, I think they'll be okay with that, because it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, most definitely. Well, I've seen quite a few cars. I was standing outside and we had one of the other Porsches spin there earlier on, but ended up in the middle of the circuit sideways, and really difficult because cars coming down to 16, they fly around there in the GT3 category. And it's not a nice place to be as the 24 goes a little bit off track there, getting around some back markers down through the middle and just scything through the back markers now, making it look absolutely effortless.
It doesn't matter how many times we witness that, you still cannot do anything but to kind of breathe in for a moment and make sure that the car, especially when it's the leading car, get through safely. And again, there's a bit of slow-moving traffic here that Luke's going to have to deal with patience. And whilst we enjoy the continued action at this year's Dubai 24 Hours with Michelin, we can hear from Joe again.
It feels like just a few moments ago that you guys were describing the Haas RT Audi getting involved in an incident. This is the driver, Bert Longin. Bert, you had an incident out on track that I think we saw on our cameras. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the only pity that it was also an Audi. So that I don't like, you know. We are Audi drivers, so we don't have to push. I was on 1 hour 50 in the car, and the tires were dead, so of course I was slower. But anyway, he had to wait when it was open, and I would let him pass. But I will speak with him.
So you know who it is?
Yes.
I've actually just interviewed him. I didn't know there was a connection, but you've just rang a bell. So
I asked the engineer who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris is a very astute man.
Yeah. Yes. But anyway, also that's racing, I understand, but it's not necessary. It's 24 hours. So.
Yeah, I know those on-track incidents. Other than that, the Haas RT, it's going round and round, still early, still lots of hours to go.
Yeah, I think we are doing a good job. The team is doing a good job. As James and Alex are really habitués here in Dubai. Peter and myself, it was 2 or 3 years ago that we drove here. So, like now in the night, the lap times were good, but even so, I have to improve still a little bit, but it was not a bad stint.
We mentioned Chris de Donker is the team manager in there. Is he the one? I mean, Chris, I'm familiar with Chris on the pit wall, engineering in your ears, but Chris is he still influencing how you guys engineer the cars on track?
Yes, like we have a Chris and we have a Christian.
Yeah, I've worked with Christian as well.
Yeah. So, but anyway, it's a team that don't give you stress, so you can really think about how to do it all the time, and not to stress you up and make stupid mistakes. So, it's the first time with this team. It's the first time in many years in the GT3, but I have to tell you, it's a strong team. They do a very good job.
Well, you're doing a really strong job. I expect to see you there, Bert, at the end of the race. Okay. Good luck. Good luck for the rest of it. Fingers crossed.
Bert Longchamp and the Peter he talked about. It's a surname I always struggle with. I think it's Peter Gulinks, both Belgians. And Alexander Bukatsov's part of that lineup as well, but he's an ultimate pro, is Bert Longchamp. James Winslow we heard from chatting to Joe earlier as well, so it's difficult really to see a weak link in that AM driver lineup. And the SRT guys are lovely people too.
Well, Peter was successful in this championship last year in the European legs of that, second in Spa, but running in the 992 category, not in GT3. So as he said, they've all taken a little bit of a step up in the SRT Audi, and currently running 6 in the AM category of GT3. Long way to go.
And also, Bert keen to stress that because there's so far to go, there's no need for unnecessary contact. I mean, it was nobody's choice, I'm sure, to have a touch at that point. It's either a misunderstanding or you didn't spot the car was there, but nevertheless, you needed to be paying a bit more attention, I think is Bert's opinion, and we can all understand that.
And he's going to have a sensible chat.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about it is, look, we're both Audi drivers. We've got Team Audi support here. The big transporter is down there just outside the Parc Ferme area, supporting the Audis here this weekend. For Audi customer racing here, and they'll be down at Yas again next weekend. So a lot of support for that team, and we will probably see that they're trying to also help out one of the cars that didn't make it to the grid, who they're trying to rebuild for next weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not a nice situation either, but we wish everyone there at Temto well in sorting that car, whether it be a replacement or a rebuild for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina this time next week.
Yes, and we'll be qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday. We've got the Clio Cups back with us again, supporting F4 Middle East now will be running down there as well as the round of the Radical Championship in Middle East.